Wondering how I'm to blame. You're the one who doesn't dream. So why are you always sleeping? I remember when you said you're afraid of what's ahead. What happened to ride or die? I asked and you just start crying. How are you acting so surprised? Haven't you seen it in my eyes? Oh, I'm running, what am I running from? Time's going by, but where's the time going? I tried to give you everything. You took it all and took it for granted. If you're still falling out of love, maybe it's 'cause I'm not enough. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. Fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. Fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love.
bother with lames, I'm watching these bunnies bounce. Shorty a 10, a rubber band, come on for the 100 pound. All of the talk, but don't run them out. I'm trying to be out. All I really wanna know, when we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving, all I really wanna know. When we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving.
लेट्स गो बाद में करते ब्रो अंदर डालो बाद में करते
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Acer Rahman. Welcome to Acer Predator League 2022, and it is a massive day. It is a fantastic day, and we're all excited because we've got the best of the best fighting out for the top honors. We've got gaming fanatics who will fight it for the big prize, and I promise you it's going to be very exciting. It's a long day, exciting day, and we are all set. Now, I have to tell you this, we've got teams who've represented India at the Commonwealth and won bronze for us. So it is a lot of gaming which you will be seeing here. And it's not all. We've got something special. We've got a day-long excitement lined up for you, so do not go anywhere, as the top prize is 4 lakh rupees for the winner. And not just that, we will have them represent India at Japan. So there is so much up for grabs. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great, exciting day, and we are all set. So get ready to meet the teams as we welcome our first team coming on the stage right away. Make some noise for Revengers. Here we go. They are absolutely fantastic. All right, there you are with them. There's another team which is going to fight it out. Please give them a big round of applause. Here they come. Please make some noise for Roops, everybody! This is super special. We've got two of the best teams, Rangers and Whoops, right here. And, well, take a look at them. They look very confident, and I've got a lot of questions. I know if you have questions, keep it in your mind, because every question is going to be answered. I promise you, these teams are going to be fighting it out for the top honors. And believe you me, they fought at the best level, and they have the experience to take the pressure and do well. And I have these guys talking to me right away. Whoa, take a look at the confident faces. Rangers, how are you feeling today?
We're feeling good and we're pretty confident.
So who is the captain?
I'm the captain.
You're the captain. So I'm going to have a little word with you.
Does work? Hello.
It's been a long time since we had a DOTA event. So is it a rusty feeling, or what's the feeling in the team?
I mean, we've practiced enough, so let's see how it goes. Hopefully it works out, and we're pretty confident. Let's just see how it goes, the draft goes and stuff.
So do you have a game plan, or you're just going to go? Is there a strategy which is being worked out?
I mean, we're just going to stick to the heroes we play. That's what we have in mind, because we have like 2-3 players in our team who are coming back for a long time, so we don't play at DOTA that much nowadays, because I don't go to tournaments, right? So we're going to stick to our heroes.
What was the preparation like? I mean, there has to be some work. I mean, before the game, this is like a big day, a lot for the grabs. I mean, has there been a preparation? Has there been a team brief which says that, we'll do this, we'll do this?
I mean, we're just going to give it our best. That's it. Like, if you lose, we lose. We win, right? Like, so we're just confident enough, so let's see what happens.
So who's the most excited one who says, yeah, let's do this? I mean, karte hain yaar.
I think that'll be our coach.
All right, come here, bro. Come here. Just got to have a word with you. Come on, let's give them a little cheer, guys. Come on, everybody. You look very confident. All set for the day?
Of course we are.
So did you do some prayers, or did you, take Mother's Ashirwad and come here or something?
Worshipped all the gods.
All the gods, all the very best. Let's give them a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Revengers!
Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, so there's the team. Whoops. And who's the captain? The captain is right here, and the captain looks very confident.
Yeah.
You remind me of Virat Kohli. I don't know why. I mean, calm,
Yeah.
calm, composed, everything in the mind. Don't want to be very expressive, but since we're coming back after a long time, how's the morale of the team?
Well, everyone is pretty confident that we are going to win. So, yeah.
All right. So, I was told that you represented India at the highest level, and you've done. What was the feeling like fighting it out with the best in the world?
Well, the feeling was very great, because there was like so many Indian fans there who was cheering for us. So every time we were like winning the game, they're like shouting like crazy. So yeah, that was like very, it is very good thing.
So it gives a lot of goosebumps, and it is always a great feeling to play as a team, and there's a lot of strategy, there's a lot of planning. What is one thing which you do before heading to a game?
Like we prepare our strategies and stuff, like how our opponent team plays. So we figure out like how we can win the game, and like who to target. Yeah, that's pretty much our strategy, the planning before the game.
So what is one thing you want to correct? I mean, see, you've come to this game after a few games, which a few things went well, a few things didn't. So what is the correction? Have you planned something where you're going to be a little more cautious in something?
Yeah, definitely. Like the mistake we made in international scene, like we lost to England and Malaysia there. So yeah, we pretty much learned from all the mistakes we did there. So yeah, like we keep practicing every day and try to improve all those mistakes we do.
Fantastic. Now tell me about your team. I mean, describe these characters. Each one of them looks great. And who is the most aggressive one?
Officially, this Ketan, he's like always shouting and like standing and cheering for the team.
All elements for that. Absolutely, absolutely. And who's the calm, the guy who says, "Don't worry, guys, I'm there"?
I think it's me.
That's you. You just looks at it. And who is the Gyan Guru of your team? Somebody who always gives an advice.
I think it should be Akshay.
Yeah. All right. All the very best. It's a big day for you,
Thank you.
and we hope you perform exceptionally well. All right. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. We've got We've got two great teams, Revengers and Whoops, and they are all set for the big day, and this is going to be super exciting. We will come back with real action after these messages. We take a break.
of you right here at Nexus Mall in Whitefield, Bangalore. It is time for the Dota 2 Grand Finale of the Acer Predator League 2022. My name is Vivek, joining me is Floki, and we've got Whoops facing off versus the Revengers. The old guard of India, Whoops, coming in with a lot of confidence as they have won a bronze for India in the Commonwealth Games. But the Revengers, they're a very formidable opponent.
Oh, yeah. In fact, some would say that they are probably the only team in the history of Indian Dota who, or rather one of the few teams in the history of Indian Dota who managed to take down India's strongest squad, Signify, or at least a map off of them way back in 2018. So for those of you who have been around since then, this is sort of the same roster now. Of course, there have been some changes. There's a lot of young blood on the table here. But at the same time, there's also some people from the old guard that you might recognize. Names like Evil Ash, names like No Chance, names like ZXC, Kaneki. And yeah, these players are going to be mixed in with some new blood coming in this time of week. There's a 19-year-old offlaner, oh, sorry, not even 19, 16-year-old offlane player known as Comitex. And he's going to be playing with the boys over at the Revengers against the side of Whoops. Now, obviously, the bronze medal does give them a lot of confidence, but do you think that this fresh infusion of young talent is going to turn the tides in the favors of the Revengers?
So, one thing that's working in favor of the Revengers is if you look at their composition, their support pair is where the experience primarily lies for the Revengers. It's Parasite and Pinkman. These two, very comfortable in their respective roles in the supporting duo, should be a lot more on the same page as compared to Whoops and their supports. Because one of their supports is, again, new blood. It's none other than, Madness.
Yes.
So Madness is going to be playing support with Evil Ash. Evil Ash has been around the scene. He knows what he needs to do. But in a slower game, it boils down to a lot of what you do as a support pair and not just the forward position.
Yeah, because they're primarily responsible for making those early moves around the map, securing the early tempo of the game. The first 6-minute rune, extremely important in this patch, can determine if your side lanes win or lose. Something like a Haste or a DD and a Queen of Pain or a Death Prophet in the early game could pretty much be the death of that lane. But yeah, for the time being, we are just going to be waiting for the players to get into the lobby. And as soon as they are in, we're going to be jumping into the draft as well. Any predictions before we go in, Vivek? What do you think we're going to be seeing? Perhaps some chain action, maybe some early pushing? Or do you think we're going to stick to our guns and it's going to be the good old team fighting Dota?
I do have a couple of predictions, and these are mainly predictions that we put together by troubling the players all over the hotel.
Yeah.
We have a couple of predictions. Primarily, it's the techies that I want to talk about. And for now, this is a patch where passive gold has been nerfed.
Oh, yeah.
However, this tournament, it's got a chunky prize pool. Let's take a look at that prize pool and see exactly what these teams are fighting for. 4 with so many zeros. I'm familiar with zeros, but not a number before them.
Yeah.
However, first
not
place...
to the right side of
exactly.
the number.
Exactly. First place, 2 lakh rupees or 200,000.
Well, no, that is 2 lakh rupees for the first place, Vivek. I apologize. I know you failed third grade and you cannot read, but it's going to be first place going home with 2 lakh rupees. Second place going with 1 lakh. Third and fourth place sharing a prize pool of 40,000 each. And the MVP of the tournament being awarded 20,000 rupees. So there is also a reward for individual performance. Wonder who that's going to take it. Of course, position 4 players, they got it pretty easy. Least risk, highest reward plays in the game. So yeah, no surprises there. Who cares about the off lane? Who cares about the post fight? Who cares about the mid laner who died and then does something crazy? No. And Cheka, if he manages to catch a core puck once with an Echo Slam, yeah, rest assured he's going to be walking home with that MVP. But jokes aside, I do think that this is going to be a rather close match because even though they have won the bronze, the problem is when you're an underdog coming into a tournament, there's no pressure on your shoulders.
Yeah, when you're an underdog coming into the tournament, you're coming without the burden of expectation. Also, you've got to remember that this is a different time for Indian Dota. A lot of these folks, they're working some sort of a full-time job. Kaneki, he works at Genpact.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the closest I've come to anything corporate, just uttering those words on a stream. Their coach, they have a coach, by the way, Osho. Osho is, he manufactures aluminium and various other alloys and metals. And he is going to be hugely responsible for that draft. And I'm really hoping he can bring that same kind of alchemy and creativity to the draft. You mentioned predictions in terms of picks. They, like Pinkman just said it shamelessly in the hotel, I'm going to pick techies.
Yep. But here's the thing, even though I do want to see what Pinkman is going to be up to, before we jump into that, we're going to jump into the highlights and see a match and some highlights between Whoops as well as Team Stylish and see what was that all about and the journey to the grand finals.
Oh yeah, I remember this game. This was Pasol playing in the offlane with Amasi. Unfortunately, the arrows didn't connect. No Chance had a bit of a rough lane. The Lich and the Ursa, I mean, that is just the strongest lane pairing one can have. And I want to remind you though that all this is prior to 7.32.
Yeah.
This was prior to 7.32. So this is not 7.32 in action, but we should see variations of the same. I mean, Void is still strong, Dazzle is strong, Void Spirit is great, one of the easiest Spirit heroes to play in my opinion. So yeah, I'm expecting to see at least some of the key elements in terms of draft be a part of this series, which is going to be taking place on an entirely different patch. Really nice arrow coming up from Pasol. They had their moments, but clearly the start of the show.
Absolutely. I think Avi single-handedly stabilized the early game for Whoops in that particular one because the side lanes went rather awfully, you know. I mean, Centaur playing against Ursa doesn't have the best matchup considering the armor changes as well. It does favor Centaur trading, but it doesn't exactly favor a kill lane. And Lich Ursa is exactly that. Lich, even though he's supposed to be a harass-heavy hero, paired it up with an Ursa, and all of a sudden you're going to be seeing kills left, right, and center in those kind of lanes. The bottom lane did go a lot better than anticipated, though, because a faceless Void and Lion doesn't strike as a particularly strong dual lane to me. And for that to win against the Mirana and Amasi is, well, it certainly says a lot about the skill of the players involved here. And I do imagine that the faceless Void is going to be, or rather, the carry player is going to be bringing in some very unheard and unconventional plays. He's going to be extremely consistent as well when the situation calls for it. But I primarily just want to see a carry punch. That's all I want from life.
Right.
A big old fat man running down a bunch of supports.
I mean, if you think about it, like, there is a case for a big old fat man. I mean, not those exact words, but a buffed carry running down supports. I didn't say it. You did.
Yeah.
There's no old fat men that we can procure on short notice, but there are going to be buffed up carries that are going to be running down supports because we've got ZXC.
Yeah.
You spoke, I mean, you made it look as if it's a lock for a pause 4 to get the MVP, but I think ZXC is a phenomenal pause 1 player.
Yeah.
And I want to remind you folks, those of you who are tuning in or who've been out of sorts, out of touch with Indian Dota, I have vivid memories of ZXC. I don't remember the day I was born, I don't remember my first Diwali, but the first ZXC Divine Rapier that I saw in a competitive game, that is not one I will forget very soon. And I mean, I saw him at the hotel and he's like, bro,
Rapiers.
is there a rapier on the cards?
Oh yeah. He said, of course.
He smiled and he said, you silly goose, what do you know about Dota?
Oh yeah, I still remember that game as much as you do. You know, it was a Clinks, I believe, that ZXC picked up the rapier on, and he got caught out on Skeleton Walk because there was a sentry ward that he didn't anticipate. The next game, he redeemed himself. He picked up the MK, they were behind, he built a rapier, and they came back in that game.
Yes.
And to be perfectly honest, ZXC has always been reminiscent of the highest level of carries, because in the highest level of Dota, you cannot afford to be passive as a carry. There are certain fights that you really need to show up to, and ZXC is the kind of guy who will show up to those fights. He will even show up to fights where he doesn't really think it's necessary, but if it means his team can procure an objective, even as something as simple as a tier 1 tower, he'll show up to it and he'll be like, okay, you know what, if just by me being there, you guys can take this, I will happily sacrifice a little bit of farm, put a bit more map control on our end, because it does come back to help him later on.
Yep, I mean, both ZXC as well as Blizzard back in his day, they were not carries that were content to just snooze on the map. And I mean, if you look at it, Minnow had a slower playstyle.
Yeah.
He was one of the carries that had a slower playstyle. But Balaji as well as ZXC, they like to get active. Even Comet, who's the off-laner for the Revengers, he was a carry. And he said it, I don't like to be passive as a carry. Now, you mentioned the Kling's Divine Rapier.
Oh yeah.
I want to bring up Kling's again. His burning arrows, when you... barrage? What barrage?
It's Burning Barrage. There's a Rocket Barrage, there is for Gyrocopter, there's Burning Barrage for Clinks. There's lots of barrages these days.
Yes, a lot of barrages these days. And there's that specialist array which technically fires a barrage.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, so now the Clinks barrage fires 6 arrows at all levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really, really potent. I mean, Klings can farm neutrals. If you get Klings on the Dire, and I'm going to come back to the Dire advantage a little bit later, he can keep farming camps. Sure, there's no small camp, but once he gets his Maelstrom, he is clearing the jungle with peak efficiency. And a Shard, a Gleipnir, and a Deadless, he can kill anyone if he gets his barrage off. So it is a very strong hero. If you look at Dota 2 Pro Tracker, he's one of the cores who've gone up in terms of pick rate and win rate. P has also been picked.
Yeah, and she was really, really strong, like top tier for a solid 5 days. And then 7.3 to be hit. And she fell back into the dumpster.
Yep, that's pretty much it. But that's not going to stop you from picking it in your pubs, right? Because you guys just want to have fun.
Yeah, and we're terrible. We don't know how to shut down a PA. I see a PA with a Battle Fury farming. I don't know what to do. I just go around the map, with a ward, thinking that, oh, maybe my core is going to be behind me. But I find myself behind a tier 2 tower, trying to ward. And out of nowhere, 2 heroes show up. They kill me, and I start pinging my teammates. Yeah. And in the meantime, the PA finishes the Battle Fury. She finishes the Desolator. She gets a BKB. And before I know it, I am dying more often than I'm living. And a stray dagger catches me. I don't get my tombstone off, and I get reported and have to play 5 games of low priority.
I think all of that, the road to low priority for Floki, happens without that much effort, guys. He's just exaggerating. He's in low priority every day. But all of that aside, I mean, sure, the PA is one of those heroes, but there's another notorious hero that we all hate in pubs, the Anti-Mage.
Oh my god. Please do not even get me started on that hero. Nobody in a game of Dota, not even the teammates of the Anti-Mage, like the Anti-Mage pick. The opponents don't like it because it burns their mana. The allies don't like it because they're not playing with a hero. And for pretty much 40 minutes in the game, you have a game of cat and mouse where you're not able to kill anyone, where you're not really able to do much on the map. Yes, maybe you can get a few pickoffs here and there, but that might not change the trajectory of the game as much as you'd like.
You're right. But actually, there's been a big change for Anti-Mage in this patch. So when somebody is completely out of mana and you continue to hit them, there's a very significant slow that applies. And it's I think it's about, it's minimum 20%. I'm not very good with numbers. But
we know.
Yeah. It's a minimum of 20%. I think it's got somewhere in that range. And it's much better than the tier 1 neutral item, which is the Lance of Pursuit. The Anti-Mage now has the capability to show up early on with an Orb of Venom. I believe it's like 30% or something like that, and just run down opponents and burn their mana. So if you are a Timbersaw or a Tide Hunter, he burnt your mana and you didn't care. But now he can burn your mana and chase you long enough to kill you.
Yeah.
That possibility exists.
So,
but we just heard, and production just queued us in, we've got more highlights coming up. And these are the Revengers that we're going to be looking at. Earlier on, if you were a little bit disconnected from what you were seeing on your screens, it was whoops. But now let's look at the Revengers in action.
Oh,
Floki, anything that stands out about that draft? It seems...
it does. What strikes me as surprising is that Kaneki, formerly mid player, is actually playing offlane on that draft. On that roster. As you can see, he's playing the Razor in the bottom lane while the Ember is being played by someone else on the team. But the biggest plus point for me is just seeing Parasite play again. I think that guy is always a treat to watch in games. He's been a phenomenal support over the course of Indian Dota, and if you have been around for the past 5 to 6 years, you'll know the one support name that always pops up in the conversation for the best Indian supports, and that is Parasite, or as he used to formerly refer to himself as Parasite. But I mean, to see him back again playing the Winter Wyvern and playing heroes. I mean, I haven't seen him play the Chen, but I do imagine
he does play the Chen.
Oh, he does.
He does play Io. He's one of the few Indian players that has a bit more diverse of a hero pool in the post-5 role. If you look at Pasol, if you look at Negi, the older supports, I mean, they didn't venture into these weird specialist supports, in my opinion.
Yeah, they were more generalized, and that's why it brings a tear to my eye, right? Because a person like Parasite, he opened up so many doors that were previously locked for Indian Dota. He bought the IO in, he bought the Chen in, he made sure that they learned how to play against the Zoo. And that is my biggest question over here, that even though the meta has slowed down significantly, is there going to be a sort of a Zoom meta developing here in the Grand Finals? Because while it is a little bit harder than before to try and go high ground, you now only get a refreshed glyph if a tier 1 tower or a tier 2 tower or a tier 3 tower falls.
The first.
The first of each tier of towers falls, like you mentioned. So yeah, it's a lot harder now to go high ground per se, but it's perhaps a lot easier to get map control when the focus is only one glyph for your tier 1 towers.
I mean, it is a lot harder to go high ground if you are pushing straight from a tier 2 to a tier 3.
Yeah.
If you got Aegis and you're pushing a tier 2 and then you expect to go to a tier 3 and expect to take racks, it's not going to happen because the glyph is going to really deter you from pushing, unless somebody makes a mistake and snoozes, but these aren't our pubs. I'm sure the glyphs will be used optimally. But yeah, coming to Parasite, he's been a very instrumental support player in the Indian scene, in my opinion. His role is not often given a lot of attention, but if you walk amongst the circles of Indian Dota, all 12 people in them will say that Parasite is one of the better position 5 supports out there. And he's an absolute joy at LAN. His face, a cross between a laughing Buddha and a koala bear, it's just a joy to look at him. And smiling away as he's quietly denying all the range creeps in the lane while you try and play the off lane. Fun chap. And more importantly, the person from this team that I want to see in action is Comet.
Yeah.
Comet is 16 years old. Just to put that in context, most employees retire in China by the age of 16. At 16, he started his career as a Dota player.
Yeah.
And he is the definition of CCNC. He's cool, calm, and composed. I just spoke to him very briefly, but he knows, he's got a maturity about the game.
Yeah.
And a maturity about life that I don't have at 32.
Yeah, and it's one of the things about these younger players, right? Often you come across them, they're highly mechanically skilled, they are insanely fast when they're trying to play, but not Comet. He's a lot more calculated, he's a lot more relaxed, and he lets his teammates do the work. You know, he's not the kind of person who's going to get desperate and make some sort of silly play that results in the team losing. No, he's going to wait for a good opportunity. He knows that the pressure is on the opponent, and he will take his sweet time to make sure that his team is able to get that perfect team fight, to get that perfect arena, to get those perfect ultimates, and take a successful fight. So yeah, having a conversation with Comet really struck me that way. But another thing that we haven't talked about much that we should give credit to is Pinkman and his clockwork. When India didn't know what a clockwork was, Pinkman was hookshotting into people and beating the crap out of them with battery assault. And that is where Indian Dota learned about the hero clockwork. That is where they learned it existed. And that is where they started to learn how to deal with the hero as well. So huge credit to Pinkman, where credit is due. Very responsible for bringing that hero into the Indian meta. But it's going to be about it for the highlights in a bit. We will be jumping into the drafts very, very shortly and seeing what they're going to be picking up for this game. I myself am excited. Of course, the safe bet would be to say the meta is slower. You're going to see a lot more Spectres, more Voids, more Phantom Assassins, more late game carries, perhaps even the Phantom Lancer, who has been, well, honestly kind of crap for the past couple of patches. He was considered the carry that even if you manage to last pick him in the perfect game, there's only a 45% chance you actually win it. So not the best carry to have in this situation, but perhaps that has changed with the patch, and that is what we're going to find out very, very shortly. But a couple of things you might see in this clip that you can't do again. That refresher orb on the Razor, it doesn't work anymore unless you get yourself a good Untitled.
Actually, the biggest nerf to Razor, in my opinion, Floki, is how static link works now. So the problem is, at max level, the durations are similar. And I'm talking about the duration for which you hold on to the damage.
Yeah.
But at level 1, it's 8 seconds. And 8 seconds, sure, it might come across as a lot for an Indian man, but in a game of Dota, holding damage for that short a duration really doesn't amount to much. You're not going to be able to do much in the lane. It's a bit problematic. So you're not that wicked lane dominator that you are. And then obviously the changes to Refresher Orb and BKB as well. BKB now costs 50 mana and the Refresher Orb
costs around 150, no sorry, 50 more mana as well. 50 or 150, one of those changes.
No, the 150 is the Refresher Shard.
Oh no, the 200 is the Refresher Shard and 50 extra mana on the Refresher Orb, right.
Yes.
So it basically costs 150 extra mana for Razor to now just do what he could do previously for a lot easier. And the BKB has been getting nerfed for a couple of patches in a row now, so it makes sense the meta is actually slowing down. Perhaps one of the less understood changes has been that BKB progression, because we started off with a 70-second cooldown with a minimum duration of 6 seconds from 5 seconds, which was a big buff. Most people considered that to be a second buy item when that buff came. Now we've reached a point where if you're a hero that can delay that BKB and perhaps buy it at the later stages of the game for perhaps some of the more crucial fights, you have a much higher chance of winning the game. So a Phantom Assassin or a Faceless Void, who instead of finishing that BKB can perhaps finish a Mjolnir if you're the Void, or finish a Tessellator if you're the PA, and then get that BKB at around 28 minutes.
I think the benefits of this approach to timing your BKB purchase primarily lie with 3 heroes that are really strong in the game: PA, Void, and Slark. And I'm coming to Slark. So Slark has an interim item which allows him to reposition, which is the Ags.
Yeah.
The Ags leap is just about 3 to 15 units shorter than a Quap Blink. These are the longest movement abilities. Of course, let's not talk about Storm with Null Talismans, and let's not talk about Storm with Null Talismans ever.
Yeah.
But like normal, in terms of normal mobility spells that have a fixed mana cost, these ones have the longest mobility.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. So, Slark can do that. Voids often after their Maelstrom will go for the Shard. And there are Voids who use the Shard really effectively. Go in, get a couple of hits, they sniff the air out, they know that there's a stun coming, rewind, I'm out of here. So Voids, Slark, and PA can build the Axe if needed. It's kind of weird, but even just Blink and Blur and all of that, Blur is really good versus, say, an Omni Slash or something like that.
Even a Faceless Void without, before the Maelstrom or before that MKB. I mean, so this is a bit of a hidden mechanic, perhaps people don't know about this. I imagine everybody knows about it now. But Maelstrom actually has a 24% chance to pierce evasion, because the lightning proc that you get on a Maelstrom actually goes through evasion. So
the lightning proc is magical, right?
Yes, it is magical. But enough talking about the coulda, woulda, shouldas of the game. Let's actually jump into the draft itself, see what's going to be going on there, see what heroes are going to be picked as we head into the game. I believe the players are ready. We should be going live in just a bit. But let's bring back the conversation to Earth here. Let's come down from Theorycraft land. Let's get our heads out of the clouds and see what's going to happen. It does. But you've made it this way, and I bear the consequence, unfortunately, Vivek. So who to blame for that, I do not know. But
I think you've got to start taking up more accountability in your life, Loki.
Yeah, okay. That's what you say to every Zoomer as a 32-year-old.
Okay, enough about us, guys. We are live with the draft of Game 1 of the grand finale of the Acer Predator League Dota 2.
Yeah. With a 4 lakh rupee prize pool, I'd like to remind you, first place taking home 2 lakh rupees, second place going home with only half of that at 1 lakh rupees. And not only do the first place get a bunch of money, they also get a chance to represent, they don't get a chance, they do represent India at Japan.
At the ACL, which I believe is the Acer Champions League. We're looking at the first set of bans, and instantly, whoops, have banned out the Undying. I have a huge binder in front of me, Floki, where I actually took screen grabs of all the drafts at ESL 1 Malaysia once 7.32B was introduced. And Amar actually believes that Undying is one of the most broken heroes in the game. It's a default, literal first ban for OG. And I think Whoops have the same opinion. The DK gets cast quickly. You do not lose that HP all of a sudden when the DK stacks wear out. The Echo Saber along with the Shard is really, really strong. And on the other side, Revengers, they banned out one of my favorite heroes, a hero that I had a 90% win rate with.
Michael Jordan.
Yes, Michael Jordan.
That's
Primal Beast. And why is he Michael Jordan, we can come to later. But yeah, it's one of the easiest, at least it was one of the easiest heroes to win MMR with. Yeah, his Axe is really great. Do you know what the Uproar does? It's funny, the Axe, when you build it and you use Uproar, it does 2 or 3 waves of 100 damage each. And in addition to that, it applies a break.
Yeah.
He has a break. It's one of the cheapest breaks ever. And one of the most effective breaks. I mean, sure, you might not have Viper or Hoodwink or whatever you need, But Primal Beast can fill that gap with an Ag Scepter though, and an Ags on Primal Beast is part of his item progression. It does make sense. But this first pick seems safe.
Yeah.
Seems standard.
Winter Wyvern. What do you conclude when you look at this hero? Absolutely nothing. You just conclude that there's going to be a bunch of team fight, that your net worth is going to be used against you, and also that you better not pick something that is a very committal-based hero without planning for it well in advance, because that Winter Wyvern presses one button and all of a sudden your carry is a crying, sad little man who's popped his BKB and hasn't been able to kill someone. But Whoops respond to the Winter Wyvern with the Tusk. I like this pick, even though, despite the point I made earlier about physical damage being blocked by Cold Embrace, the Tusk, what it enables you to do is close the gap against the Winter Wyvern early on and really put him under a lot of pressure to skill the Cold Embrace early on and to be in a spot in a lane where Winter Wyvern can't really play that slow playstyle. You like to use your Arctic Burn a couple of times. You drop them a little bit low, perhaps close to 80 or 75% HP, and then you try to set up a kill with the Splinter Blast if they're low enough. But against a Tusk, that's a lot harder to do because you just have an ability that gap closes very, very easily in the early game pre-boots, and that's the Snowball. So you can just gather up an ally, something like a Centaur, go into the Wyvern, activate Tag Team, beat him to death, and rinse and repeat to your heart's content.
Absolutely, and you want to do that while the Centaur is hitching a ride with his Ag Scepter, which he's never going to be building, because apparently it's not good. Apparently, so the story is, or at least what I've heard is that when they do try and pick up the Centaur, and actually no chance, Moen was telling me that he did try building Ags on the Centaur. He said that the person who is hitching a ride in the back just ends up dying. So it's a lot like what we call state transport in Maharashtra. The driver's fine, but everybody else who's hitching a ride is kind of not having the best experience. So having said that though, I actually researched this Ags in all seriousness.
It used to be able to take people outside of Chrono if you had enough range.
I don't know if they changed that.
They changed that in 7.3 to be, of course. But another hero that has that ability is actually the Marcy. Now, the Marcy is a hero who can literally put her hands inside a bubble where time has frozen and get an ally out of there. How does that make sense? I couldn't tell you, even if I was the lord of the game, Gabe Newell himself, but somehow it works, and that makes it a potential answer to something like the Void being picked up. Revengers have gone for a Queen of Pain. This hero did get nerfed in 7.3 to B, by the way. The dagger mana cost increased, which is the build that a lot of Queen of Pains have been going for primarily. They like to go for the 2 points in the dagger. If the game is going fairly passive, max the scream, farm a bit more, and then go for the point in Sonic Wave and start going around the map, being a very solid +1 for all sorts of fights. But they have picked it into a Skyrath Mage, Vivek. How do you feel, having a Queen of Pain on your team in this sort of a situation against what Whoops have so far?
Yeah, I mean, it is an early reveal of your mid laner, right? But if you look at Avengers, it is Kaneki that takes the short end of the straw. His position in the draft is getting him a comfort pick. Now, Quap can be flexed, as weird as that may sound, but it's very unlikely that it's flexed here because Quap is just pretty much always standard. I mean, unless you're Yapso, you're not going to be flexing it. Looking at the bans, which I want to touch upon, the bans are pretty standard, right? You're seeing Slug get banned out. Slug with the pounds, now the build is QW because with the pounds you get a couple of Essence Shift stacks. Tiny, one of the highest win rate heroes, even in 7.32, despite, I mean, the change to growth is considered a buff in a way because you have more damage. The toss cast range, the cast range did get nerfed a little bit, but still a very strong hero. Like fundamentally, this guy does a lot. Juggernaut, just again a great hero. Why? Because his emphasis on laning. Why is there an emphasis on laning? Because of flag creeps. Why are there flag creeps? Because IceFrog needed to make something new before the battle pass came out. So hence Juggernaut is a very solid safe carry pick.
Oh yeah.
Mirana, I like it. Can I tell you why I like it? Because
you get to be a tourist in my game.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's the joy of playing pause fold, that you pick something like Mirana or even Hoodwink, because
And you
half the time
explore the
people
gardens
can't
of
tell if
Dota.
the hero Hoodwink is hitting or missing spells,
Yeah.
right? So you can be a perfect tourist, but this guy Mars, you cannot be a tourist on Mars. Your work is cut out for you. You are providing the main source of team fight. Now, there's one change to Mars that I want to talk about. The spear in 7.32, at early levels, it does less damage.
Yeah.
So, actually, Mars...
And even the shield bash, it actually does less hero damage now. That's the second spell.
Yes, but the slow is longer.
The slow is longer.
They made it to 2 or 2.5 seconds.
I see.
But the damage is what I'm concerned about. Both of us are concerned about. Because Mars is the kind of hero that at the beginning of the game is not buying DPS items. He's buying positioning items or maybe whatever he needs to build for his team, maybe auras.
He's basically buying the right to stay in the lane and hit you in the face. He's not a hero that really likes to rotate as much before he gets that blink BKB, right? Because you're very prone to getting stunned. But what you do want to itemize for is the Amar build. You want to go for those double gauntlets, double circlets in most games. Build up those 2 braces and just stay in the lane and beat the carry, because you have 20% resistance. You're always going to take a good trade.
Yeah, I mean, but even Bracers got nerfed a bit in 7.32b. That's literally the first line of 7.32b. But yeah, that is what people are doing. You call out more stats and then you get your tangos a little bit later. But what I was saying about Mars is that he relies on his spells to do damage and get a kill within the arena. If he's not getting that little bit of burst damage from his spells, it could be difficult, especially because he's against a Morphling. And this is a new iteration of Morphling, because with the Shard, the Morphling can attribute shift while being stunned, pretty much like the old Morphling.
Yeah. And who liked playing against that hero? Certainly not me. I mean, that was a fun time. You know, you pick a lineup, you think to yourself, oh yeah, we're just going to get like 5 stuns. We're going to run at the enemy. You know, you don't really need to use a brain a lot. Just get 3 blink daggers. Keep stunning them, keep fighting into them, you know, let's go, you know, fisticuffs mode against them, and then there's a Morphling who's just morphing infinite strength as you chain stun her into oblivion and walks away like nothing ever happened. But the good news is that the Shard is only available after 15 minutes. So before that, there are lots of chances for the Revengers to potentially find a pick. What their draft does lack, though, are reliable lockdowns for the Morphling. You do not have a silence. You do not have, you know, a unit-targeted stun for the Morphling. What you have are projectiles.
Curse into arrow.
Yeah, Curse into Arrow is... Oh yeah, Curse into Arrow is actually a very good combo. Thank you for pointing that out, actually. I didn't think about that. But it's once every 90 seconds, which might be enough in the early game. But yeah, I am a little bit concerned about Revengers right now and their ability to deal with this Morphling hero. I hope that their last pick addresses this to an extent. A shout out to an old friend of ours known as CloudX. He's known for picking a hero that destroys the Morphling a lot.
You were friends with him?
Yeah, I was. And he picked Silencer Carry in my game.
He hasn't added me on Steam yet. But yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so, I mean, memes, I was thinking of something like a carry silencer, but the Troll Wallet is also a good answer.
Oh, it is a really good answer.
Oh, wow. And the instant Omni Knight response comes through from Whoops. This is a very, very smart answer for the Troll Warlord, because not only can you, well, Heavenly Grace the Morphling and get any sort of stun off, you can just simply use Guardian Angel and nullify the entire BKB duration of that Troll Warlord and make him look like a fool who's trying to kill your carry. So this Morphling is just going to be enabled like mad in this game. And Revenge is going to have a lot of work cut out for them early on. You know, they don't really have the best lane matchups. They don't have the best ability to try and move around the map and set up kills with the heroes that they have, at least not before 20 or so minutes or until the Mars gets a blink. A lot is going to be on Kaneki's shoulders this game to try and stabilize it. He's the Queen of Pain. He needs to manage to find some very effective rotations early on to make sure that the tempo falls into the favor of Revengers. Because if you let Whoops do what they want, they will win the game.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking about who's playing what, right? So some of you might just be a little bit unfamiliar with the nitty-gritties of Whoops. That's a mid-tusk Floki.
Oh, what?
Yeah, Abhi is their mid player. Madness and Evil Ash are the support players.
Yeah, I mean, that is surprising. So the mid-tusk is an interesting pick. The mid-tusk is actually traditionally considered a counter to a hero like Puck, but matching up against a Queen of Pain, I don't really know how that goes. This is a new thing for me.
If anything, the onus is on Kaneki to apply pressure to the Tusk early on. But Tusk probably gets to a point with like treads where he doesn't really care. And you can max, like I think with the lanes that they're running, he can max Shard and Snowball. He doesn't need to, like tag team is not a must have, and like he's not going to be using, sure tag team is good with Walrus Punch, but just maxing Shard, Snowball, shoving waves, you can be very effective as a mid Tusk. I actually like the mid Tusk. No Chance is not the offlaner here. In a way, the mid player is going to be moving to every lane and dumpstering most of the heroes on the side of the Revengers, because I mean there's not much that the Wyvern can do. There's a fair amount of magical damage between the Tusk, the Morphling at his early levels, and the Skywrath Mage. So the Adaptive Strike, all of that is going to be problematic. The Cold Embrace is not going to save them at the early levels. And then obviously the Troll and the Co-op and the Mars are going to be like, hey, we need BKBs. And in an item progression for Troll, in the larger scheme of things, like you want BKB, but you also want Maelstrom and maybe a Sanjan Yasha.
Yeah.
So it's a weird item progression. Also, I have to point out Evil Ash here. The Omni Knight did get buffed. I mean, everything about this hero is better. He's been buffed quietly. I will give you the mic for your Omni Knight sermon because right now the basic change is if you apply Heavenly Grace on a target, you get the Dispel as well. That's one big change. Hammer of Purity, I think they lower the cooldown a little bit.
No, they increase the damage.
They increase the damage. That's pure damage, mind you.
Does not get blocked by raindrops, and yeah, you can't do anything against it.
Yeah, and the Tusk is so good this game because even if a target is cursed, he can drag that target away from the curse with a snowball. Yeah. Like you can in a Chronosphere as well.
So yeah, while you do need a BKB for that, because if you
if you're not like if you snowball over the curse,
yeah, you can certainly
snowball over a crow. I think you used to be able to snowball over a chrono.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Mars Arena, nothing with flying movement can exit the Mars Arena now. So they made the rules a little bit clearer because there used to be this opportunity for the Timbersaw. There used to be an opportunity for the Batrider. All the heroes with flying movement can now no longer exit the arena. So what I feel that although this patch is a slower patch, we're going to see a lot of action around the 20-minute mark. And I feel that with the Omni Knight, I'm leaning towards Whoops in the team fights.
Yeah, me too. I mean, the way you look at Revengers draft, there's certainly a window where they're going to be exceptionally strong, and Whoops, if they do not get the hot start that they were looking for, they are really, really going to struggle because their heroes are greedy. But the likelihood that that's going to happen is probably low. Now, if you look at the Troll Warlord, he's a hero who essentially just likes to go around and, just be this sort of force that you really can't deal with. Like if he is at your tier 3 tower, he's hitting it. He's not the kind of hero who's going to back off if you stun him, if you deal damage to him. He's just going to stand there with an Aegis or with a BKB and prompt you to go on him. And that's the ideal Troll game. But against a hero like a Centaur, against a hero like a Skywrath Mage, who's mostly magic damage, against a hero like Morphling, who's hybrid damage, you have physical and magical potentially with the Adaptive Strike.
Yep.
Although E-Blade is not really an item that you build on the hero anymore.
Why?
Because it is built from a Kaya and a Ghost Scepter. And not from
so you don't get the
Eagle
agility.
Song.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not the best item for that hero. But yeah, the problem lies with, like I said earlier, the problem does lie with the inherent creed of the draft. If you look over at Whoops, then the biggest issue is, just making sure that they get that start that they want. Because if they do not get that start, they're going to be in a world of trouble. Their draft not exactly the best at making a comeback.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of comebacks, I can't really say that one team has an advantage and one team doesn't. But I'm just looking at the draft and I'm looking at these mid-game team fights and the early laning domination that's going to be coming out from the Tusk. And I'm just leaning towards Whoops for now and their draft and their composition. For those of you who are tuning in at home and do live in Bangalore, guys, we are live at Nexus Mall Whitefields.
Oh, yeah.
I know Bangalore is a huge city, but if you can make it here, we'd love to meet you, say hi. There's a PUBG PC event later. There's a lot of cool Acer goodies. Most importantly, I want to talk about this one Acer laptop, Floki.
Oh, yeah.
It's called the Acer Helios 300. Just like the right number of Spartans that you need in an army. And the 300, like those Spartans, is a bit too strong.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
got an i9, but not just any i9 processor. It's a 12th generation i9, and not forget the processor. It's got an RTX 3080 in it.
Yeah.
It's better than my desktop, and it's because of the processor and the graphic card. It's great for gaming, but it's also really, really good for editing, any music work that you might do. So it serves as an all-round machine for a creator as well as somebody who really enjoys to play. Floki, can we look at the lanes and can you tell me
Who's going to have a good time and who isn't?
Yeah, who's going to have a good time and who isn't?
Well, the Sky lane typically goes well because Concussive Shot is a very strong spell, not only for, for harass purposes early on. It deals 120 magic damage, it slows, and what that means essentially is that not only are you a ranged hero that is able to, right-click opponents, you can also slow them down and get a lot more right clicks off than normal, and that's sort of the logic behind the ranged heroes. There it is, the Hammer of Purity at level 1 being buffed. That's an Omni Knight trading with the Mars. You saw that correctly, folks. The holy man, the man on a mission, the man on a crusade can go around trading with a literal god, and for some reason that just works. He wins those trades, but Evil Ash has to be careful. He's eating a couple of right clicks. The arrow will miss. He's dropping rather low. It looks like the Mars is going to continue to chase, but Comet taking some damage from the tower. The range creep will enter the tower aggro range, and as a result, he will be able to stay alive, but whew, a very, very heady situation there for the Revengers, as well as Whoops.
It was a good start, but I think the start favors the offlane more because Evil Ash, sure he can keep this up, but I don't think in the long run, once the Mars probably gets a couple of bracers or starts moving towards his soldering, he's not going to bother too much about this. Also, Pinkman just waited a bit too long with his arrow. He waited for Evil Ash to move into the trees closer to that tower, and then he committed his arrow. That was a bit problematic because I think Comet and Pinkman could have secured first blood right then and there for the side of the Revengers. If you're looking at the top lane, actually let's look at the mid lane because Kaneki's dropped really, really low here. He's lost a lot of HP, but he has a lot of mana to work with. And Floki, you're the resident mid laner. What are your thoughts on Quap versus Dusk?
Lose lane, win game. I mean, that's the first thing that comes to mind with Co-op. Not the laning prowess that she used to be, 7 to 8 years back, but certainly still a hero that has the ability to clear creep waves very, very quickly. Kaneki, in a bit of a rough spot with that bottle, was not able to secure the water rune, and as a result, he's actually going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. Towards the bottom lane, though, looks like Evil Ash, he has managed to bring Pinkman down low quite a bit. That Hammer of Purity keeping the Mirana in check. Comet X also not having a good time against the Morphling. Zerexy is going to be able to waveform forward. The arrow misses. The Purification is there. Comet dropping extremely low, but can Zerexy finish off the kill? No, he cannot. The range is not there, but Evil Ash with the Hammer of Purity is going to secure first blood for the side of Whoops. And this is what we talked about. This is the start Whoops needs if they want to make sure that this game goes their way. They cannot afford to have a bad laning phase, and that is exactly what they were looking for. A first blood for the Omni Knight is actually not all that bad because now it means that he's going to be able to finish up an item like the Wand and continue being a nuisance in the bottom lane. Back towards the top lane though.
Yeah, I mean, MNZ, your kid is struggling quite a bit. I'd really like for us to see the last hits and denies and not the KDA. But yeah, we have a separate screen where we can look at the last hits and denies, and it is the Morphling at the top. So I think Whoops are going to be kind of happy with the start they've had because even No Chance is doing really, really well on the CS department. Comet is struggling a fair bit, but if you look at the mid lane, this is what concerns me in terms of CS. Abhi is outdoing Kaneki. I mean, Kaneki is... in terms of denies, there's just one deny that separates the both of them. But in terms of CS, it's quite significant. We'll keep our eyes peeled on the soft lane for the side of the Revengers, because I think Evil Ash is just being an absolute nuisance, just continuously spamming that Hammer of Purity. It's a bit like DK. It's a bit deceptive. You don't know how much damage it's really going to do, because people aren't used to playing against it. And he's come with mangoes. He's come prepared. Up top, the Skyrath Mage dishing out similar treatment. So both the side lanes of Whoops doing really well in terms of just applying pressure and forcing out regen from the Revengers.
Oh yeah. If you do a quick click on the center, you will see that the hero actually has 18 HP regen with the Flag Bearer creep and a Ring of Health. And yeah, that summarizes the hero. A very good hero at trading in lane, but not so hot against the kill types of lanes.
But they nerfed his base regen and his armor got...
Oh, it's the other way around. They nerfed his armor. And
they nerfed his armor and they buffed his base regen. That's what I said.
Oh, you said the other thing.
Okay. Great. Good talk. But
You're
yeah,
welcome.
down bottom, Zerexy and Evil Ash, they've been able to apply pressure for a decent amount of time, and it looks as if Zerexy wants to commit for the kill. Floki, could you quickly check if Pinkman has an arrow at the ready?
Well, no, he just used it. But what he does have is a couple of leap charges, and I imagine that Comet X also has got a full stick, so it's not going to be an easy kill. He is going to be able to spear him away.
Yeah, leap can completely disrupt a fight.
Yeah, you just leap in there and you make yourself a target. You'll be like, hey, I'm Mirana, I'm a tourist, kill me.
You know what's funny? I bought the Mirana shard, and I literally, I didn't read the tooltip. I knew, I'm going to get to it later, that's a good spear coming out from Comet. He's going to effectively just slow down this aggression coming out from Evil Ash as well as ZXE. And now this is good for Comet, right? The wave is closer.
Top lane. You might want to pan right over there, because No Chance has been dropping rather low in the top lane, as you can see. But it looks like he's not going to be the one falling. It's going to be the Troll Warlord. The HP region coming in handy. He's got a Vanguard finished at this point. And the second double edge will also finish off the Winter Y1 as Whoops able to find 2 kills in this top lane, not just one. And again, the side lane's off to a flying start for their side here. A 1k net worth lead already. 6 minutes into the game. No Chance. He's been pinging the Queen of Pain. He's afraid that a rotation's going to come in and a Sonic Wave will finish him off. But Kaneki visible on the map. The arrow does not connect. Evil Ash standing there on the Omni Knight with the Heavenly Grace, trading away with the Queen of Pain. The rune will not spawn there, however. The Tusk is going to be able to find the Invis instead. And a very good TP coming in from Parasite to refill Kaneki's bottle. Make sure that he does not fall further behind as the co-op in the mid lane. And yeah, co-op just not having a stellar time against this Tusk. That the shot spam is really starting to prove troublesome for Kaneki here.
Oh yeah, and Abhi is also a bit of an issue. I think we'll soon, in a couple of minutes, Abhi's probably going to be level 6, level 7. And then he's probably going to start moving across the map and causing all sorts of problems in these side lanes. I mean, No Chance has already gotten off to a great start, right? Troll, considered one of the stronger laners amongst the cores, because he's a miss, he has a nuke, he has a slow, he's got a little bit of everything. He's got a range form, melee form, blah, 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 blah. But the hero still sucks, and there's only one person who makes it work. That's your Thorough. And if MNZ doesn't get off to a good start on the Troll, it could be a game where he's just AFK in the jungle trying to play catch-up, because right now No Chance and Abhi, they are applying pressure. Kaneki's rotated in. No Chance with the Hoofstorm will slow down the co-op. Kaneki can still pursue if he wants to, but Parasite as well as MNZ aren't really committed to this cause. It's a bit of a forced rotation, because he expended a TP and Abhi's already made his way over to the mid lane. And a lot of this mid-game Floki, it's going to be about these mid laners matching each other's rotations. Another key timing that I want to look out for is the off laners hitting level 6. The moment Comet hits level 6, I want to see if he goes for a play with the arena, with the spear, and possibly the arrow coming in from Pinkman. With all of that and a couple of levels in Starstorm, they might have enough damage to bring down the Morphling. Speaking of the Morphling and the Omni Knight, there's a very, very important item that got nerfed, which was the Urn of Shadows and the Spirit Vessel. The cast range got reduced. It's a bit of a bummer, but I think they're very valid items on either teams. I think Pinkman could be building one for his team. Speaking of Pinkman's team, Parasite in trouble. He's going to end up falling. A couple of roots are there, but silenced by the Skyrath Mage. MNZ gets punched in the gut and shut down. His second death within 8 minutes. This is really concerning for the Revengers and their safe lane. And Kaneki, he feels like he needs to remedy the situation. He's moving top with an Arcane Rune. He commits the Sonic Wave. It clips onto 2, but the Stampede there. No chance. Can't save his friend. No chance though. Can he manage to escape himself? The second Scream connects. A decent hoof stomp. Kaneki held in place in the trees, but he knows exactly where to blink. Straight on top of Whoops and their captain. You won bronze? Well, I won mid. And with that win in the mid lane, I'm going to eventually shut you down and get myself a double kill. So long, friend.
Yeah, no chance, unfortunately. Had no TP there, so couldn't just TP out. But yeah, it does seem like Kaneki's rotation is going to be successful. Second time's the charm for the Queen of Pain. And it's very important that these rotations succeed, because if as a Queen of Pain you're not able to go to the side lanes and find kills, that is a lot of wasted time on a hero who is sort of reliant on having a level advantage to be strong. And if you don't find that level advantage early on, you can just get stuck. But down bottom.
ZXC, for a moment he cosplayed as a Mirana, used the morph. Unfortunately, his arrow didn't quite connect. Otherwise, that would have been a play which even Topsin would nod in approval to. Evil Ash was trying to get a cheeky little pull-off. This is his flag bearer creep, and he was hoping to get it denied by that camp, but unfortunately no such luck. Comet will secure it. I think Pinkman was just outside the AoE range. But yeah, look at this, ZXC and Evil Ash, they keep the pressure going. They're trying to push Comet out of lane, but Comet, his feet firmly planted with the phase boots equipped, is ready for all the aggression coming up from the side of Whoops.
Yeah, and the top lane now for the side of Revengers has been completely abandoned. The Troll has left the lane, if you can see on the minimap.
Arena, they've committed the arena, but it's actually Pinkman that falls. Oh, this is problematic. They wanted to time a rotation. The play was quite simple. They've abandoned their safe lane. They wanted to apply pressure elsewhere on the map, but it's Kaneki who joins. A Sonic Wave that pushes them all apart. Can they find the finish? Can they find anyone? Well, they've lost Parasite for now. They'll take down the enemy healer. Evil Ash, the medic, dead, but Kaneki, silenced by the Skyrath Mage, will be punched and controlled and brought down. And to add insult to injury, the tips are there. In perfect unison, in sync, both ZXC and Abi will quietly tip Old Man Kaneki.
Oh yeah, I mean Kaneki, very good rotation by that man actually. There was a very sick Sonic Wave. Unfortunately, he just didn't have the follow-up damage to see the kills through. The Omni Knight providing a bit too much sustain for the side of the Revengers to deal with. And ZXC, as a result, he's going to be up in net worth. Those 3 kills are going to be massive. He's a level ahead of the Mars, a hero that is reliant on having at least even levels, if not being ahead of you, to win the lane. And now ZXC's got a full level advantage against him. Back towards the top lane, though it looks like a Stampede has been used. If we could pan there, looks like Parasite has been dropping really, really low, and he is going to fall. No chance. Can he get the credit for the kill? But Kaneki again on the Queen of Pain, looking to punish wherever he can. Another Scream would do the work. And no chance again has been caught up without a TP. He might be falling over here. Kaneki does not miss these kind of things.
Kaneki saw him, but elsewhere there's another bigger battle brewing, Floki. It's ZXC who was pinned to a tree momentarily, but with that Heavenly Grace, he's going to be able to escape and comment as well as Pinkman. Well, like, I mean, they are applying pressure on ZXC, but ZXC isn't the kind of muffling that goes full agi. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, yeah. Well, you say that, but
he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. He's trying to get his HP back up. That's a very old morphling trick. You go all the way down to Agi, you morph some strength back up. Voila, 200 free HP for you, but looks like RB is going to be managed to block Pinkman over here with the shots. The punch is going to be there as well, and Pinkman, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. But the last strike lead does not come through. In fact, Obi is going to be stunned up by Pinkman with the arrow, but the shots will finish him off. A snowball towards the creeps to keep him alive over here. MNZ, he has rotated on the Troll Warlord. He's level 8 here, but Evil Ash, he's got the point in the Guardian Angel. So this is really a wasted rotation. And in fact, they're going to turn around on the Mars himself. The Water Sponge goes through, but to no avail.
I mean, that was an arcane rune, right? That was 3 snowballs coming out from Abi, essentially, but it just looked a bit comical from both teams. Pinkman committing both his leaps and getting trapped in the shards. Then Abi, like I said, you max shard and snowball in this. Mid lane, Kaneki is dead yet again. For his mental well-being, I hope he's not being tipped.
Yeah. I mean, I just think that this is sort of the problem that you have with the Queen of Pain in the mid-game. When you look at the draft of Whoops, you've got answers. You've got the silence on the Skywrath Mage, you've got a snowball, gap close to punish a bad blink by the co-op, you've got Walrus Punch, you've got the Centaur Stomp, the Stampede, a lot of ways to deal with the Queen of Pain. And this really, really hurts the game of Revengers, because if the Queen of Pain is unable to, have a good game where she can go around the map setting up kills, then she's not going to be as effective. You're going to be playing a game from behind, hoping for that level 20 talent with the Scream where you can start pushing. Waves bottom lane.
They wanted to go on Evil Ash. They'll finally get him, but at what cost? They lose Pinkman, and now they might be losing Kaneki yet again. The Mystic Seal is there. It is controlling Kaneki, but eventually he'll be able to blink. Comet and Parasite have connected with Kaneki, but no chance, just blinks forward. He gets the kill. The curse is a fraction too late. Parasite, oh, if he was a second earlier, he might have saved his friend, but now he's going to pay with his own life. As the snowball is there from Abhi, that's all they need. A little mobility, the Ancient Seal, and the Walrus Punch, and they've got enough to get kill after kill. I just want to say one thing, Floki. We were talking about how the Revengers might be coming into this without pressure because maybe the expectations are not there on them, and Whoops are walking in as a favorite and Revengers are coming in as the underdogs. But I think there's a lot of pressure that they've put on themselves. You can see that some of the spell usage is really not their best. They know that they're better than this, and I think they're a little bit nervous. Or I don't want to say nervous, but there's a nervous energy that's affecting some of their decision making in the game. For now, though, it's Abhi on the hunt. He sees MNZ. He's got a snowball straight on top of him. That's the tail end of the snowball, and MNZ will manage to escape.
Yeah.
I mean, MNZ's farmed pretty well, though. You got to
respect
commend
that.
him. Yeah, he's getting pretty close to his Battle Fury.
He's got the Broadsword finished up.
Oh, elsewhere, Kaneki caught with the Hoof Storm, dead in a matter of seconds. The Mystic Flare. Oh my gosh. Kaneki has just been dying time and time again to this Skywrath Mage. And look at this, Evil Ash and Abhi, they're going for another core. First the co-op, now the one position troll. Both of them dead as the score is 16-4. Kaneki and the boys on the side of the Revengers. I mean, they are just being smashed in this early game. Abhi is just owning the map, and now with his hand up for a high five, he's going to have fun with Parasite. He'll dodge the arrow in style with the snowball. They've caught Comet as well. The silence was there. The Ancient Seal did ensure that Comet couldn't commit the arena. And with that, I mean, that's essentially a team wipe. They kill Kaneki first, then they kill MNZ, and then they come back for the others. This is...
this is basically a game that's gone out of hand for the side of Revengers. This is not at all possible for Revengers to make any sort of aggressive moves. The side of Whoops completely owns the map now. This is where you get to see how good your draft is at split pushing, because now, if you're able to shove out lanes a little bit and get some space, you could potentially find an engagement that is favorable in terms of numbers. But it doesn't look like that is going to be the case, because Revengers just TP 3 heroes top. And it looks like the side of Whoops see all of this. In fact, the Revengers, they're not too sure what they're going to do. In fact, Abhi with the Invis will spot out the troll. One of these is going to be picked off, but the arena in response, can they find the Tusk?
I don't think so. I mean, Abhi pinned to the walls of the arena, doesn't give a damn. Pinkman is not even committing. It's actually no chance who goes back in. He's found Pinkman. Is there any follow-up damage? Pinkman will commit this last storm. He'll hold us down. The shots will keep Pinkman in place. But there comes the Sky with a concussive shot. A snowball on a path side. The curse will buy Paratime. But is it really enough? As no chance just runs forward. Eventually he'll die. Kaneki with the Scream and the Sonic Wave will do a fair amount of damage. He gets no chance first, and then Madness. Madness dead as well. Abhi in the midst of it all, dropping really, really low. Might fall to Comet, but here comes NXC, the man of the hour, the Morphling joining the fray at 17 minutes in, and with the snowball from the dust, they should have found the kill on a Kaneki. Unfortunately, the Moonlight Shadow is there. They haven't got vision, or so I thought, but a sentry at the right place, at the right time. Kaneki dead yet again. His 5th dead in 17 minutes. This has gotta hurt, and the pain is only just starting to set in for the Revengers, because I'm looking at Comet's items, Floki, with 17 minutes in, he's inching towards his BKB. Is he even going to find another item after the BKB on his Mars? Is MNZ going to be able to find enough items to have impact on team fights? I don't know. I'm concerned for them.
I mean, even if MNZ manages to get farm, you still have to remember, Vivek, there's an answer. The Omniad exists. There's a Guardian Angel. You can just completely nullify that, but Yeah, that's the replay. I mean, Kaneki, he did secure a kill or two, but at what cost? Once again, Comet, those were some very clutch spears coming in from him, but the snowball was even better as he was able to stay alive on the task, make sure that the Queen of Pain was stunned up, and Abhi survives with a fraction of HP. But another arena being dropped over here. They've got the Skyrath Mage.
Oh yeah, Madness stuck in the arena, forced to duel. The Gladiator will die, but it is only Madness in the arena. Elsewhere, Evil Ash does get picked off, but I don't think Abhi and the others care. They've got the tag team. They've got ZXC with the double damage rune and the attribute shift. They're just going to move into the Rosh pit. They're going to play with everybody's least favorite creep, Roshan, and secure themselves the Aegis. 5 minutes with which Whoops can only claim more map control. Now, I want to remind you, you mentioned this earlier about the glyph on the tier 2 towers and the tier 3 towers. They could siege if they want to, but there is no tier 2 tower. So if Whoops want, they can start pushing out top. The 2 layers of glyph aren't going to be a factor from the side of the Revengers, but instead it's No Chance and Madness on the hunt. The Ancient Seal at the ready. They need to connect the Hoofstomp. No Chance, patient, waiting for his moment. It's Comet caught in the snowball. ZXC connects with the waveform. 1 core dead. They look now towards the support Mirana. The shards are there and the Ancient Seal will ensure that Pinkman cannot leap away. It's Kaneki who's got to back off. He's trying to farm a camp, and like you said, Floki, you mentioned the importance of who can push the lanes. How good is the drafted pushing lanes? The moment Kaneki and the boys started to push a lane, they just got shut down immediately.
Yeah, they're not really at a spot where they can make plays anymore in the game. They've just reached this sort of a lull where it's going to be a snooze fest if they want to win the game for at least 10-15 minutes. You want to push out creep waves, you want to make sure there's some space on the map, maybe you find a stray support pick off here and there. You catch Madness napping and take him down, but there's no way on earth you are winning a skirmish of even numbers against the side of Whoops. It's just not going to happen.
I think there is a way on Earth.
Is there?
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately for we are on Mars. Suck it.
No, I think the way on Earth is you... Okay, hold on. No Chance. He's found Pinkman yet again. A concussive shot there, but the Ancient Seal, not quiet. But just that much. Enough to force out the Moonlight Shadow. The Dire, invisible, are running towards the creep waves because they are super underfarmed.
Yep. Alright, quick question, Vivek. You're the Skyrath Mage this game. What do you build and what do you not do?
What do you build? I think this is the kind of game where you can build a Glimmer Cape, because it's a great item to just kite the troll.
On a Skyrath Mage?
I mean, stacking nulls is not great, but it's not bad either. I want to get to that later because Abhi just found a freebie and he's got his BKB already. Oh, Comet, this is so problematic. Unfortunately for him, Abhi did have the snowball, so he could cancel the TP. He'll punch the Gladiator straight in his armpit, and Mars dies. The Arcane Rune, a blessing.
Oh yeah, and wait, what? The Queen of Pain is going to fall as well. Elsewhere in the mid lane, it looks like ZXC managed to pick that one up. Evil Ash tips Kaneki again. And man, things going from bad to worse for the side of the Revengers. Yeah, when they say Queen of Pain, what they really mean is that you're the one feeling the pain, not delivering it to your opponents.
Thanks. You really have a way with words, Flo.
Yeah, I mean, I could be a motivational coach. Would you like some motivation, Vivek? You suck at Dota, stop playing.
Thanks. You really have a way with words, Floki.
Yeah, well, I thank you for that, but yeah, this
Oh,
game...
look at this, they've gone in. Oh, No Chance commits the Stampede, 2-man Hoofstomp. ZXC with the waveform gets a kill and the punches there. A B with the follow-up. Both Comet and Parasite dead. No Winter's Curse, no nonsense from the off lane. It's just Whoops with this no-nonsense approach, pushing for objectives. They want to end the game. Can Revengers put together one good fight, Floki? I want to see a little bit of a fight from them before they go down in this game number 1. A lane of frags will be secured. ZXC's got 1 minute and 40 seconds on the Aegis. Add another 20 seconds and he could take a Rax and make Maggie at the same time, and he's going to do just that. He's pounding away at the tier 3. The Rax are going to be exposed in a matter of moments. Parasite needs to initiate with the Winter's Curse. If he can catch ZXC hitting on an ally with the Winter's Curse, it could be huge, but look at the spacing. It's perfect. No Chance initiates. He's found Para. Para was smoked in the trees, and despite all that, he ends up dying. The Sonic Wave committed, but No Chance. One fall, the Heavenly Grace is there. Here comes MNZ. Angry as a troll warrior looking for an opening. The arrow from Pinkpin does connect, but Evil Ash with the heals. No Chance chance still alive. Comet wants his kill. They'll spear, no chance. Kaneki goes in with the scream. They're just focused on killing, no chance, but they'll manage to do that. The real question though is at what cost? At what cost? They've lost that role. The Wyvern dead and more to follow as Comet is still alive, still fighting. ZXC cosplaying as the Queen of Pain blinks forward, applies the scream. Pikmin dropping really low. The Hammer of Purity doing a little bit, just enough for Pikmin to die, but they have lost Abhi as well. Abhi and no chance dead. I don't think Whoops mind too much because actually they do. They do mind because they haven't got too much time on the edges and Parasite has got the Winter's Curse.
Yeah.
The problem is you can't just curse the Muffling really. It doesn't result in much.
Vivek, I mean, you know, if this casting career never works out for the two of us, I do want to say you'd make a great lawyer because you're playing a great devil's advocate here. But being all honest with you, there's no way on earth there's going to be a Winter's Curse at this point. ZXC, he's just too farmed. I mean, it's a Morphling who's got a Manta style at 24 minutes into the game. 6k gold in the bank. Probably going to finish up something like the Skadi. And once that is done, it's sort of, yeah, you can hear the fat lady singing in the distance. It's growing louder and louder as we progress through this game. But
why are you body shaming a lady singing in the distance?
I'm not. It's a phrase. Didn't you say I have a way with words?
I don't know.
Are you intentionally considering?
I just think it's not. I think it's not cool, Floki. I think it's not cool. But what's cool is no chance's initiation. A perfect two-man hoof stomp. There's the curse that we've been looking for. But it's no chance hitting Abhi. I don't think it's going to result in much. Abhi's BKB though was wasted in the duration of all of that. Parasite hits a Hammer of Purity. It's actually Pinkman who hits a Hammer of Purity, and he's going to be able to leap away. But look at this arena. They don't want to fight in it. No chance, and the boys are running straight at them. ZXC leaping forward as the Morphling wants Pinkman. He'll have him. Shabash to die. Comet to follow. It's MNZ and the others trying to hold on for dear life. But there's no chance. Another hoof stomp. Near perfect initiation. You couldn't ask for more Abhi with the follow-up. But that cold embrace buying a little bit of time for Kaneki. Not enough though. Now Parasite and his tier 4s. Even the tier 4s aren't safe and they know it. They've called it. GG, well played is the call. Whoops have done it, Floki. They've taken game 1 and they're taking game 1 in an effortless manner. 39-9. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's what you call a good old Matumba man. Pants were firmly pulled down. There's going to be some corporal punishment dished out at the end of it. Might be some hand markings on the backsides of the Revengers here. But hey, the good news is, you know, if you have a positive mental attitude, if you just are able to laugh about the last game as a team, you're just able to be like, guys, we just got completely stomped.
Absolutely.
How about we just relax, chill a little bit, and, you know, just play a lose, you know, just like take a chill pill, take a bit of a breather, and just let the enemy do what they want. Let's come up with our idea about the game and respond to them a little bit better. It'd be a lot easier.
Absolutely. This is what they need to do. They need to take a chill pill. They need to reset from that game. They need to really, really come in fresh as if they're going to start playing game number 1 of this best of 3. Because effectively for them, it's a best of 1. And if the Revengers don't reset, well, that's it. That's it.
That's the fat lady singing in the background. I mean, essentially, because if they're not able to win this game, yeah, screw me, Vivek.
No, but
whatever.
All jokes aside, they have to reset. We all have to reset. You guys need a small break. Get yourself some tea, coffee, some snacks. There's a lot to have at the mall. Get yourself some tea and coffee at home as well. And we'll be right back after this short break with game number 2 between Team Whoops and the Revengers.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
When we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving, all I really wanna know. When we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving.
gentlemen, welcome back to the Acer Predator League Grand Finals for the Indian Qualifiers 2022 with a prize pool of over 4 lakh rupees and to represent India at the Acer Premier League that's going to be happening in Japan. So, yeah, lots at stake over here. Whoops already up 1 game against the side of Revengers. But can Revengers make a comeback? Because I just saw the coach going out there and giving them a very nice motivational speech, being like, guys, it's all right. Whatever happened has happened. Get over it. Time for game 2. New page. Doesn't matter. Treat it like a best of 1.
Yeah, treat it like a best of 1. A new page indeed is what is exactly what the Revengers need to do.
Yeah.
But for now, we at least have the privilege of looking back at game number 1 and looking at the scores from game number 1 and delving a bit deeper into these numbers and talking about the momentous fuffles that happened in this game.
Yeah, the kerfuffles. Well, yeah, they were certainly there, as we can see. The Morphling having a flying start in the bottom lane. 3 Blink Daggers picked up for the side of Whoops. You can see 1 on the Tusk, 1 on the Sky, and 1 also on the Centaur War Runner. So, yeah, they had a lot of different ways to get into a fight. The Tusk also had a very good time against the Queen of Pain. That shard spam that we talked about earlier, you know, it really seems like to be the answer to these ranged mid laners. A lot of Tusk being picked up, his ability to snowball in and force these fights early on really does seem to have attracted the attention of Whoops. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if the pattern continues in game 2, if the side of Revengers decide to go with another ranged mid laner, an int-based hero perhaps. This time something like a Lina or maybe even something like the Puck. There could be the answer in the Tusk again. But the Troll didn't get the start that he wanted, I think. That's the biggest concern that we had. The Troll lane, it didn't really go the way of the Revengers.
Yeah, the Troll lane didn't really go the way of Avengers. And I want to talk about this mid matchup, right? It is Quap versus Tusk. I mean, Quap, sure, debatable a lot about the hero. His is debatable with the recent nerfs, but she's one of the stronger mid laners out there. You put her up there, somewhere up there with a Lina and an SF. But Kaneki... Kaneki was actually quite impactful across the map. Yeah. But I just feel like he really struggled in the mid lane. And I don't know, Floki, do you think the mid lane requires less skill now without the small camp? Or did it require less skill when the small camps were there?
It certainly required less skill when there were small camps because you could be a brain-dead wave-pushing hero that could also farm the small camp, the Kotl being the pick. But now that the mid lane is more skill-based, we saw that Amel beat Sumail in the mid lane, so clearly it is a skill-based lane now without the small camps in the Shadow Fiend 1v1.
Okay. Subtle jab at Sumail saying that now when skill actually matters in the mid lane, Amel wins. Yeah, where are you haters now?
Most certainly, but yeah, a bit of a hard game for Kaneki, like we said earlier. The Tusk versus the range hero matchups, it seems that it really favors the Tusk, not only because of the shards, but also because of the amount of base damage that Tusk has. Yep. And the fact that he can snowball into them early on if they make a mistake. You cannot really blink into a Tusk, you cannot really jaunt into a Tusk. You can't really make those kind of aggressive plays against that hero because he has the ability to stay in the snowball to survive and then to stun you if you're a bit out of position and you use your mobility spell. So that really seems to be coming in, that seems to be what defines that mid lane. That's why a Queen of Pain can't blink in when she would otherwise, would blink into someone, another range hero, for example. You're playing against the Shadow Fiend, maybe he missed a raise. Instantly you blink in, you start trading right clicks with him and deal a bunch of damage if nothing else.
Also, what I've seen Topson do on the Tusk, and he does this really well, is just use the ice shards to really manipulate where the creep wave is. Sometimes when what he does when he's in a disadvantageous matchup is that he'll just keep pulling the enemy wave closer to the tower. And then obviously it's a battle of who aggroes a little bit, but Topson essentially has a wave closer to him, and because of where the tower attack range, it's like very hard for somebody to walk up to your high ground and bully you even further. So he still gets cheap but effective CS under the tower, and he's also got the armor from the tower to work in his favor. So shards are really strong in the mid lane as opposed to the side lanes, which are just a lot longer. The other thing is Tusk is great versus Quap, but I feel like someone like a Lina or an SF has a fair chance in that
Against them.
lane of completely shutting down the Tusk.
I mean, to be fair, Sharafin has a chance of shutting everyone down with those race changes now.
Not when Sumel is playing it versus Amel, but
Yeah.
I get your point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not in those situations specifically, but you do have a chance.
Guys, we're
against,
just kidding, okay? We love Sumel. Please, please.
Yeah, I mean, we do love Sumel, but certainly not in that major. Otherwise, he would have won. But I do think that the mid lane matchup, right, for the Tusk, like we were talking about earlier, it's another very simple concept that I actually learned from Shadowfiend first, which is that if you drag the enemy creeps to your range creep and the enemy mid laner does the same, you get a better trade because you got a long range,
As
you
a
have to
Tusk?
secure it. As a Tusk, you have that too with the ice shards.
Yep.
So that's also another big thing.
This is a very common scenario you find yourself in the mid lane, right? Where you've drawn their aggro to your range creep, they've drawn your aggro likewise to their range creep. Storm Spirit is also one of the heroes that can work in that situation because you can drop a Remnant and still make sure that you attack the enemy range creep and get the deny with the overcharge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, overload.
Overload.
Yes.
Overload. I mean, you remember the biggest bane of them all, the Kunkka, right? The Tidebringer, where you could actually deny every single creep in the mid lane.
Please don't bring back those days.
Yeah, nobody wants those days back. Even the TA used to do that, by the way. You got the bonus damage on your own creeps. And you could deny every single creep and never lose the charges of refraction. It was the same patch.
Right.
And the Kunkka, and the matchup of that patch was the Kunkka versus the TA. Can you land that torrent and break those refractions? Oh man, well, those are nightmarish times back in mid, but now that it's a more skill-based lane, it seems like it's going to be, well, certainly a much closer affair this time. I do think that the Revengers are a team that really learns from their mistakes. They're not the kind of people who will, look at the draft and, have a very strong opinion about, okay, you know what, no, this does work, this is how we're going to play Dota. They're not going to have those very strong convictions about the game because they have a more practical approach. They're like, okay, you know what? If we're not able to make this work, perhaps we need to change some bans. Perhaps we need to pick a different hero for Kaneki. Perhaps we need to pick a different offlaner for Comet. Maybe we even need to switch roles. Who the hell knows? So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to it.
Absolutely.
But now, with the draft live, Vivek, it seems that they have banned out the Omni Knight and whoops in response banned the DK. That's a little strange.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm going to do exactly that because after the draft of Game 1, I made a prediction that Evil Ash with the Omni Knight is going to be the decisive factor. I mean, sure he was, but Abhi and No Chance were equally important as well for Whoops. And now Revengers have just made a very quick adjustment, an important adjustment. I mean, in the past, we've seen some very stubborn teams, not adapt in terms of bans or not even adapt in terms of picks. Oh, we're going to pick Tide TA. Tide TA is everything. Tide TA is Roshan. Tide TA has damage. Tide TA has push. And what did Seb say to that?
Yeah, guys, if we knew about it, if it was wrong, we knew about it, and we don't. And they've got nothing on us, absolutely nothing.
They've got nothing on us.
That's the main line that Seb said. But
yes.
Yeah, coming back to this game, a respect ban from the side of Revengers. They ban out the Tusk. And I agree with this ban. I think the Tusk is too good of a hero to pass up in the first phase. It is the only hero who's got flex potential in this patch as a 4 and as a mid laner.
And a 5.
Yeah,
and play him in the offlane as well.
Very few heroes who could do that, but that does mean you let the Undying through. And guess what? You give Revengers a chance to pick it up, they're going to pick that hero up. Another hero who can be flexed in that 5 position or the 3 position. The only thing I haven't seen is a mid Undying. Whoops, on the other hand, they stick to their guns. They're going to pick up the Skyrath Mage, excuse me. And yeah, I imagine they could potentially pick up a different offlane this time. I don't like the idea of a Centaur against an Undying.
Why? Isn't Centaur good versus Undying? You just run away from Tombstone.
Yes, you do. But do you want to be popping Stampede for Tombstone? I don't think you do. Stampede feels like that offensive spell you want to use to enable your supports and your immobile core heroes in the early game so that they can get into a better position and get their spells off.
So you are half man, half horse. There is a whole army of zombies running at you. And the horse decides to not run away?
Well, it's also a man, right? So, he's got that little bit of pride in him. He's like, no, I can fight these human beings essentially because they're zombies, so they're still humans. They're dead, I'm alive, I've got the upper hand. Maybe that's the logic, I don't know. But
horses are also quite well equipped in other parts of...
The
Never
body?
mind, I
The
regret
legs.
starting that statement. Yes, the legs.
Yeah, you kick them in the face and you break a couple of bones there. One of the very few animals that can give you a fracture in your tibia or your fibia if they do, kick you there. pray for you if that ever happens to you, because that is not a fun time. But the Dawnbreaker picked up by Whoops, another hero with a very, very high win rate in this patch.
Yeah, I mean, the real changes were to the Celestial Hammer. The range of the Celestial Hammer has been decreased, but it's a spell that's a lot quicker to cast. So it's still really, really good. Now, I want to talk about the Undying. If you listen to what many would say is the best offlaner on the planet right now, Amar, Amar is of the opinion that the Undying is completely broken right now. So a couple of changes that happened to him in 7.32. His strength gain was reduced from 2.8 to 2.4, and the debuff or the buff of what you gain by DK no longer modifies your health when expiring.
Yeah,
So enemies no longer gain health, and Undying doesn't lose health.
that is a big, big change, because that directly affects how much HP you have in lane, right?
Exactly.
So
The cast point on DK also got improved from 0.45 seconds to 0.3 seconds.
yeah, and that HP difference factor that plays, right? With each DK, what you're really buying is a 160 HP difference. 80 HP for you, that doesn't go away, and 80 less HP for the enemy when the DK goes away. So it really does do lasting damage in the lane. And Revengers pick up the Winter Y1. I like this hero pick. I don't think it's too bad, even though they've been picking it into the Skyrath Mage, because against a hero like Dawnbreaker, you do need somebody who can just say, no, not today. Because there are very few heroes in the game who
There
can
is a
mitigate
much
physical
better
damage.
hero versus the Dawnbreaker, which I would have actually liked to see in this game, and that's the Nyx Assassin. If Dawnbreaker is trying to use a Solar Guardian and connect with her team and reinforce the team in the team fight, you just walk in and Carapace, and instantly the Solar Guardian is cancelled as long as she doesn't have a BKB. So the Nyx is a strong counter. The Nyx is also really, really good versus the Skyrath Mage. The mana burn really, really hurts. The new talent only makes the mana burn that much stronger. And the new shard on Nyx, which actually reduces magic resistance or places some sort of a debuff where you're more prone to magic damage, that one mana burn is going to do a lot of damage to the Skyrath Mage. But instead they go for the Wyvern. It's a comfort pick for Para. But looking at this draft, I want to see this Undying as a pause 3.
Yeah.
And maybe another stun coming in from the pause 4. Because I feel like Pinkman really needs to contribute in the control department. They have the Undying, they have the Wyvern, both heroes that are a nuisance around the pit, but they need a little bit more stuns.
Yeah, I'd like to come back to that in a bit, but for now, I would like to inform everybody in the audience who are in the mall and also in home in Bangalore to come on down to Nexus Whitefield and experience some of the Acer products at the Aces Experience Zone. So if you're from Bangalore, if you're around Whitefield, do come on down to Nexus Whitefield. Then we have an experience zone over here where you can experience all the products Acer has to offer, and you can, well, experience a bunch of other things as well. There are a couple of goodies as well that you could get your hands on. So do come on down if you're in Bangalore. But back to the topic at hand, the one matchup that I want to see in this lane play out is the Undying versus the Dawnbreaker. Because when you think about it, theoretically, it doesn't seem like if you're a Dawnbreaker player that is a matchup you should lose. The hero just seems too strong. But when you have an Undying in the mix and those DKs are wearing off and you drop a Tombstone, Dawn is not really a hero who would like to hit that Tombstone. You know, you pretty much stuck hitting that Tombstone while the Undying beats you to death with his 16 strength that he's stolen from you. But the Juggernaut pickup by Whoops, a decent response to the Y1, provides you some magic damage while the Cold Embrace is going up, and also able to sustain in lane.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, he is a really strong hero versus the Winter Wyvern, because once you get the Shard and you got the Maelstrom, the Cold Embrace doesn't matter at all. But here comes the best goddamn hero of all time, the Arcana that you've been waiting for, the Faceless Void.
Yeah, the Faceless Void hero, man. This hero, you've seen some amazing Chronos, you've seen some weird Chronos, and then you've seen Winter's Curses inside a Chronos, which is what you're hoping that Revengers does not do this game if you're rooting for them. And, I mean, it's going to be a little bit difficult, but I think Parasite is a very experienced Winter Y1 player. He's definitely not the kind who would use Winter's Curse in or around a Chronosphere. And what this does allow you to do as Revengers is to execute team fights very, very easily. Like, the ease of execution of the draft of Revengers just went up.
Yeah.
You can counter-initiate with Chrono. If the Chrono guy does not want to show up, you could just leave the fight or counter-initiate with a Y1. And even if you fall behind in net worth, there is always a chance that you could use their net worth against them by catching a hero off guard. Perhaps the Jug has got a lot of farm. Guess what? If he's next to your Dawnbreaker, all of a sudden he's ultied, and now he's taking a bunch of damage from the Jug and is potentially close to death. Also sets up the Chronosphere, by the way, because if you get a good curse, you could follow that up with a Chronosphere around the end of the duration of the curse.
Yeah, I'm not thinking of it in those terms, Floki. What I'm looking at is if Whoops want to take a fight, they're like, it's a little bit like a half-solved Rubik's Cube, right? There's a tombstone. You group up to hit the tombstone, you probably get cursed. You go on the Y1 and you commit too much, you probably get chronoed. And this is an even bigger problem. The Night Stalker is constantly going to be on the back lines. Like, there are no saves on Whoops, but even if they do decide to pick up a Dazzle or an Oracle, it's only going to be really problematic. I'm liking the Revengers lineup right now. I'd like to see it close with a mid laner that can maybe toss in a stun and a lot of damage in the Chronosphere. I'm really liking the Lina. Unfortunately, the Lina has been banned.
Yeah, the Lina has been banned by the side of the Revengers themselves. They don't want to be playing against this hero, and understandably so. The hero would provide a lot of tempo early on with someone like a Skyrath and a Dawnbreaker.
Yep.
Not to mention that you're just able to Laguna Blade people for free with the Ancient Seal and deal a bunch of damage that the Lina doesn't deal in the early game. So that's where the early game enabling comes from.
Yep.
Whoops. They got to think of a clever response here, because when I look at Revengers draft, I start to feel a little scared. The amount of team fight and pickoff that they have is a little bit disturbing. And if they win their lanes, even if they win one out of their two lanes, it's going to be enough to just snowball the game and make sure that they can actually go toe-to-toe with Whoops and potentially beat them with their superior team fight in the mid-game.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the last piece of the puzzle is for the Revengers, because they pose a lot of questions during team fight. They're reasonably strong during lanes. They don't take Roshan really well. They've got the Tombstone, sure, but Void is not the fastest at taking Roshan. And when it comes to bringing down objectives, they win. I mean, they basically need to win a team fight and then have the Void hit a tower, and that's how they eventually get an objective. So it's not a flawless draft, but it's a draft that's really, really strong in the mid-game when these team fights do come into play. Whoops, I mentioned the Nyx Assassin. They banned it out pretty late after picking up the Dawnbreaker. It's a smart ban coming out from them. And even their next ban, Floki, is a really intelligent one, because I'd love to see a Death Prophet. Don't you think Death Prophet would be really, really good with the Revengers lineup?
It would be, but unfortunately it looks like Whoops read our minds and they were like, yeah, you know what, you're right, Vivek. The Prophet is very good. We're going to ban it out. We don't want to play against it. And rightfully so, because if Revengers get that sort of great early lead, they quickly snowball into more map control. And when you have more map control, as a team who would rather play slow, who would rather farm more, and always has the potential to turn around fights, that is the dream game for heroes like the Void, for heroes like the Winter Wyvern, who are slightly slower in terms of their pacing. You know, these guys don't really get active super early on. They take their sweet time in getting some of their items, and that's when they put their foot on the gas pedal. But Revengers, they still have a lot of nice picks that they can make here. I'm not too sure what they are going to pick up. Perhaps a tempo hero on mid would be nice.
I like Kunkka.
Kunkka could be great, but then you're playing 4 melee heroes into Earthshaker Dawnbreaker. That seems a little hard. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, the Ember Spirit is a decent answer. That's more team fight. That is more pick-off. Just more of what Revengers want to do.
Still a melee hero.
Still a melee hero,
but a little bit more evasive.
Yeah. What do you think about this Earthshaker pickup though for Whoops? I don't particularly like it.
It's okay, but it's going to be a really hard game for him, because
5 seconds remaining.
he's not going to... I don't think he should try playing around Echo that much. I mean, Echo is really, really important versus the Ember Spirit, but it's just such a hard game for him, right? Because they're going to be zombies. You can very easily get cursed right next to a melee hero. You're not the front line, and...
Whoa, this is new.
Is this a mid?
Yeah,
it's a mid Dawnbreaker.
It's it's not a mid Dawnbreaker.
It is a mid Dawnbreaker.
Oh, yeah, sorry,
Abhi
sorry,
is
yeah,
that mid laner, you dumbass.
I apologize. I am indeed. Well, double-digit IQ, but no chance is going to be playing the core Earthshaker. So I had a different idea. I thought the Earthshaker was going to be played mid over the Dawnbreaker, but not being a Dawnbreaker player myself, because I have self-respect, I didn't imagine they would put it up
Lies.
mid. Vivek, I haven't touched Tinker with a 10-foot pole, and I haven't touched Dawnbreaker. I am a man of honor.
Yeah. And if it were up to me, I'd kill you.
Well, I'll happily give you the dagger if you're my co-caster.
Okay, good talk. But yeah, back to this draft, Loki. Shadow Demon has a new spell now. It's a very weird spell, just like our last segue, where he can apply a buff on an ally.
Or an enemy, a debuff.
Yeah, I'll talk about the ally part. It's called Disseminate, the spell. And if everybody attacks that ally, it basically works like Dispersion or a Blade Mail, if you want me to dumb it down for you. And by the way, Blade Mail got buffed. It lasts for 1 more second. 1 more second of Blade Mail, but enough about Blade Mail. So you can apply it on an ally, this Shadow Demon buff, and it will work like Dispersion, Spectre's Dispersion. It's not super great, but when you think about it, it's phenomenal versus this weird purple Frieza Dragon Ball Z character known as the Faceless Void. So it's really, really good versus him. But my question is the Night Stalker going to let Evil Ash live in peace? Because this game is going to be played between the Night Stalker and the Shadow Demon. And the other thing is, you apply it on allies, sure, they disperse damage. You apply it on enemies. What happens then, Floki?
Well, it works pretty much the same way. When the enemies take damage, their allies around them also take damage.
In a smallish AoE, like 400, 600 AoE, which is basically like think Monkey King's attack range.
Yeah, I think it's the range is the same. Yeah, it's a 600 range, so it's not
I called
not
it
particularly
600.
big. Yeah, you said 600, 700, 800. What I guessed, right? One of them was bound to be correct. But they're going to smoke up over here and make their way towards the bounty rune. I like this play. This is essentially a game of who gets the jump first. If you have a Faceless Void, Night Stalker, Ember Spirit, you're just looking to find that one hero out of position. Evil Ash is going to have a lot of responsibility on his shoulders to save that one hero in case it is not him. And a great smoke, well, I mean, it didn't break really because Parasite wasn't there in position, but it did time out. And it's only going to be Para all by himself. Easily, you got the Arctic Burn. He sees one hero and he runs away. And that's... oh, wait, it's not actually Parasite playing that. It's going to be Pinkman on the Winter Wyvern who breaks that gank and is going to know exactly what was happening there. But, yeah, like in the old words, and wise words of Syndran, this is basically a game of who jumps first.
Syndran is old?
Older than you are, I think.
Okay.
That wasn't a dig at you, that was a dig at Syndran.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do think that this is a game of who jumps first. If the Earthshaker is able to find a key target, someone like the Wyvern, the Ember, or the Void, it's a hard... it's going to be a bit of a harder fight for the side of Revengers. On the other hand, though, when you've got a Night Stalker, dictating the tempo every 5 minutes of the game, it's going to be a little hard for Whoops to get those openings. So it's really a lot of faith placed in No Chance and his ability to find those key targets and those key fights during the daytime, or the little daytime, or the little sunshine that they will have in this game.
I also think this game is going to be about itemization. And we have a lot of ideas about this game, Floki, but I want you to put your money where your mouth is, and don't open your wallet and start eating your money. But what I want to ask you is, who's going to win this game? Okay. It's all 10 rupees of Floki's life savings being eaten up, and right now it is Comet who's going to be forced to eat the dust as he's been pushed out of lane at level 1. But once again, once you finish done munching on whatever you are munching on,
I am.
Who's going to win?
I have a strong feeling that this is a much easier lineup to execute for Revengers. Revengers have to play disciplined, though. That's the thing about these lineups. When you play who jumps first, you want to be in a spot where you're the one dictating the tempo.
Okay, great. You'll
Don't snooze.
really, really rock and kill it at politics, but you didn't give me an answer. Who's going to win? What's your prediction?
Revengers. I think.
Revengers.
I like the draft a lot better. I think it's a very smart approach to deal with what Whoops have to offer. And there it is, Zerixie, down to almost 30% of life courtesy of the Wyvern and the Night Stalker. A very, very strong pairing in the early game. The two providing ample amounts of damage as well as slow to make sure that a Jug without spin gets caught out of position and eats a bunch of damage. And ZXC, yeah, that's sort of the consequence of using that Blade Fury early on, but not a big deal. He's got tangos, he's going to be able to get back up to full HP, and he's even going to get the healing ward at level 2, which even if this range creep gets denied, he will find. So, yeah, not a bad start for the side of Whoops. They're going to be okay with the outcome of this lane. The lane is not in the spot where ZXC would like it to be. Ideally, it should be a little bit closer to his tower, but nonetheless, he's a Jug, he's got a Blade Fury, and he's gone for the crit. Not sure how I feel about that.
It's not a normal choice. I mean, you can just hold on to the skill point. He's committed to the crit, which is very unconventional.
Yeah, most certainly. But I would like to have a look at the mid lane. I don't imagine there's going to be a lot happening over here. I want to see the matchup between the Dawnbreaker and the Ember Spirit, because it seems like the Dawnbreaker is all out of mana already, while Kaneki seems to be having a bit of a decent time. So if we could just pan over quickly to the mid lane and see how that is doing, that'd be very, very nice. Although, it does seem like this bottom lane is going to be going a little bit rougher for the Juggernaut. Well, never mind. Back towards the top lane, we're going to turn our attention. What a surprise! Today you learn that even a position 5 Undying is very, very strong and can zone out an Earthshaker. And yeah, when Parasite is the same level as No Chance, it's very hard for No Chance to play this lane. This is the dream scenario for Void. You want a lane where nothing is happening. You want a lane where your support is just running at them and making space for you, and your last hitting creeps. And when you hit that first big power spike, right, like when you have level 6, you've got treads plus half an item, maybe like the Quarterstaff or a Morbid Mask, you make a play with the Chrono, you hope like someone like the Winter Wyvern or the Night Stalker is there, and you find a couple of kills. But Parasite, Soul Ripple keep him alive for now. As was stepping a little bit far forward to zone out his opponents. The lane pushing in though, this gets a little bit scary because Parasite doesn't have a lot of mana. But back towards the bottom lane, Evil Ash unable to find the favorable trades against Pinkman. That dispersion, it will help him a little bit, but yeah, Pinkman can just do that, heal himself back up. Not really the point you see being taken early on, but in this lane, considering how hard the side of the Revengers are winning it, this is all Pinkman needs to do. Just keep his HP up, keep using Arctic Burn off cooldown.
Yeah, that's really problematic. It's going to keep forcing out a lot of regen from the Juggernaut. So both the side lanes, regen trades left and right, but you want to look at CS all across the board. If you look at purely the last hits, it is both the mid laners doing really, really well. Kaneki is keeping up with Abi. And guys, if you look at the side lanes, it's actually Revengers coming out on top because both the Void as well as Comet are having a really good time, while ZXC and No Chance, they're suffering a fair bit, Floki. They're not looking too good in terms of CS, and ZXC wants to remedy this. They commit the Disseminate. It's not very effective. It's pretty to look at, and I don't think ZXC is even going to get a kill. He drops his healing ward, which is quickly being dealt with by Pinkman. The nuke is there. ZXC is slowed by the Void, ambles into the trees.
Wow.
And
survives.
Survives indeed. Evil Ash. You know, the thing about that spell, and I'm going to come back to that spell because elsewhere, off camera, No Chance just kills the Undying. One of the most broken heroes in the patch, shut down by the Earthshaker. Both supports in this lane will end up falling, but at the end of it all, Moenijaz gets a double kill, kills the Void, and has a whole 15 seconds where he can farm that lane peacefully. Back at mid, both of these are at it, Floki. Both these players, head to head, toe to toe, chest to chest.
Kaneki.
But it is the Dawnbreaker coming out on top, as that Celestial Hammer was enough to catch Kaneki sluicing. Now Kaneki was only level 5, didn't have the Remnant to get away. And once again, he gets tipped.
Yeah, that has to be a little bit annoying, but back towards the bottom lane, they find the Shadow Demon, Evil Ash being taken out here. As soon as nighttime hits, ZXC, he was able to survive despite having his healing ward taken down, but not doing all that well in the CS department. Only 19 creeps out of the, I believe, 40 or at least 35 that have spawned up until now at the 5.5 minute mark. So not having the best of times, but that Flagbearer creep secure is going to make life a little bit easier. Comet though, this lane only gets better from here on. It's nighttime, he's gotten a bunch of attack speed, the Void deals full damage and it mini stun, so you can't TP out without the spin. So yeah, this lane just got a lot harder for ZXC. He's hit level 5 though compared to Comet, who's still level 4. courtesy of, him being able to force out that TP earlier, but not sure if that's going to be of any use as he is getting spun down, and that's an unpretty sight. Seeing a Juggernaut spinning back to his tower early on in the game.
Absolutely, and Comet is just going to keep the wave static towards him. So it's going to be hard for ZXC to approach the wave. He has to drop Healing Ward, probably go Blade Fury again, push a wave, TP out, come back. And he's doing all of this, he hasn't got his threads. So it's not easy for him to just go into the jungle. There's a Flag Bearer creep wave which is coming, and ZXC, bold little Akshay that he is, wants to go contest for it. Up top, no chance. Well, he's starting to enjoy himself a little bit. He's nearly caught up to the Void in terms of CS. And I want to say, but you just look at both these drafts. In terms of laning, I'm finding it hard to give an advantage to either team. I think the big win
bottom lane
is ZXC's fine. ZXC's fine. He knows what he's doing. He's pushing the limits of his hero. Unfortunately, he's got to be careful because it is night time, and Comet with those two bracers and a full completed magic wand can run straight at them, and they're doing just that. The creep wave takes the aggro. Evil Ash, there's a Flag Bearer creep that he wants to deal with. They'll even glyph the wave so that they can dive, and they bot Parasite to the party. Here comes the Smiling Buddha, drops the Tombstone. They'll go on a Evil Ash. Kethan has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, but can ZXC escape? He'll start his TP. Is the Void there? No, it isn't. They wanted the Jug. Evil Ash is... Well, Evil Ash is like the potatoes you get in the breakfast buffet at our hotel. I mean, you'll settle for it, but that's not what you want. You want an omelette.
Yeah, you want an omelette. You want scrambled eggs. But, hey, I guess life's better when you get a dessert or a cherry on top, and that's going to be the Tier 1 tower being taken down 8 minutes into the game for the side of Revengers. So they secure a bunch of map control and kick the Jug out of the lane. Thankfully for the Jug, he's got himself level 6, so he's got kill potential up here in the top lane. The Void, he's actually made his way towards bottom. He's got the power treads. He's about to he's about to get level 6 as well. And once he has that level 6, he's going to try to make a play with the Chronosphere, but he's dropping rather low. And at the same time, Whoops are trying to find a trade top, but this TP could turn everything around. Comet, he's going to stay in the trees. He's going to hide for the time being. No chance. Well aware about this now that Comet has showed himself. The Dark Ascension will reveal everything. They see 3 heroes around, but no chance. Looking for an Echo's Lamp, unable to find it. In fact, they're going to turn their attention over towards Madness. Kaneki has joined the party as well, and Madness should be dropping a Sleight of Fist, coming back off cooldown in a couple of seconds. Kaneki will find the kill. A fissure being dropped to keep ZXC alive as he drops to a fraction of his HP. He's still trying to live, but there's another Void coming back off cooldown. No, there is not. In fact, the Ambassador runs into the Echo Slam. There's going to be a cold embrace to keep the Undying alive, but not for much longer. The Dawnbreaker is able to turn it around. Arby with the Solar Guardian comes in to protect his teammates. They will find no chance for their troubles, but that's all they're going to find. ZXC able to stay alive. A successful rotation by Abhi.
Oh, this is still a big win for the Revengers, right? I mean, Kaneki shows up, he kills Madness. Sure, they lose Parasite, but that's Parasite. They get the Earthshaker instead. They get no chance. And now this is a big window for the Revengers because Solar Guardian is on cooldown. Echo Slam is on cooldown. The Ember, well, his cooldowns aren't that big. It is still nighttime. If I were on the side of Revengers, I'd like to go right now, run straight at them if you can. But Whoops aren't obliging. Actually, none of their members are showing on any lanes on any part of the map. They've got the Skywrath Mage, they've got ZXC up top, but I don't think they can do too much. I mean, ZXC, it's a hard game for him. I mean, Jug, one of the more broken heroes, but this man doesn't have a place that he can call home on the map. He's moving from lane to lane, jungle to jungle, camp to camp, struggling to put together a Maelstrom, while the Void has had a much better start. He's actually getting pretty close to his Morbid Mask. So, yeah. MNZ altogether just in a much happier place. But that moment of opportunity for the Revengers has come to an end as it is daytime and immediately Madness will start running at Comet.
Yeah, and this is sort of what you want to do when you're Whoops, right? You want to exploit the fact that there's no Dark Ascension available. You want to pressure the Night Stalker because he's actually not that strong of a hero during daytime. And you really, really want this Tier 1 tower if you're Whoops, but I don't think they're going to be able to find it. In fact, Kaneki with the Haste Rune, he's going to be able to get on top of Evil Ash. The Banish will help him survive, but not for much long. The Chains are going to be there. The Splinter Blast to take Evil Ash down, and he will drop Kaneki. The Disseminate upon him doesn't do squat. He's going to TP back to the mid lane and eat up all that delicious farm.
Absolutely. Disseminate is like the elite in a veg biryani. It serves no purpose. It's just there. It's supposed to be a high impact fruit or vegetable or whatever that is, but nobody really gives a damn.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about this spell, Floki.
Yeah, I mean that Disseminate has been really lackluster this game. Although, even though that has been the case, Evil Ash, he's done an okay job of just
farming?
making sure, just making sure that the lane isn't completely lost. Because it is a hard lane to play. Night Stalker, Wyvern against the Jug as well as a Shadow Demon. However,
I'd like to see him farm Floki because it's sure the Disseminate has its applications, but more importantly, we want to see him use the disruption to save people from Chronospheres. Oh, madness with the silence, but Evil Ash couldn't close the gap. MNC is going to be TPing out and he jump stop, commits the Chronosphere. Xerix, he caught in it, trapped, dead as MNC gets his first significant kill in this game. Great stuff coming out from the Void. Can they chase for more? They've got the Dark Ascension. They don't see anyone. They don't see anything. Whoops have disengaged, but at what cost? They lose the Dawnbreaker, they lose the Jug. The Revengers are really putting up quite a fight, Floki.
yeah,
Kaneki's going for more. He doesn't engage. He's going to run straight at Evil Ash. They'll drop the Tombstone. No hesitation. They want to bring down the Disruptor. The tips aren't out yet. But I'm pretty sure, Floki, that Kaneki and the boys are planning a moment. They're planning their moment to BM.
They are. It's going to be that one pivotal fight in the mid game. You know, that one fight that's supposed to turn it all around. And one whiffed spell, they're all going to time it together. 5 tips are going to come out on one person to tilt them into oblivion. And I can't imagine that Whoops would be able to, take that lightly. There might be a chuckle here and there if they decide to take it on the chin. But, revenge is the dish best served cold, man. And that's what the side of Revengers are waiting for. 1k net worth lead, not all that big, but very significant against the draft of Whoops, because they are sort of reliant on getting ahead. I don't see this game getting better as time goes on against a Faceless Void, a Wyvern, and a November Spirit. You're just going to be able to catch heroes back towards the mid lane, though the Dawnbreaker dropping really, really low. Kaneki will be able to finish her off. And that's it, but a big Echo Slam coming in from No Chance. He's going to find the Wyvern as well as the Night Stalker. They both go down. And just like that, Whoops able to turn that around, find the core and a support in trade. So Whoops, they don't let the side of Revengers get away with murder as they answer back in how, and that's the Blink Dagger reveal for the Earthshaker.
Yeah, Moen did show elsewhere on the map with the Blink, but I don't know if the Revengers registered it, but they definitely did register that Echo Slam. It was pitch perfect, first of Fisher, and then the Echo. And this is a replay of an earlier moment in the game where you can see the side of Revengers are straight running at them. This was the earlier Echo Slam. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that great. Sure, they got Parasite, but they lost both the supports. They lose Madness, and then I believe they proceed to lose No Chance. Actually, Evil Ash does manage to get away. Back in mid, Kaneki, very effective, and there's the Echo Slam.
Turned the fight around. So, I mean, so far, so good for the side of the Revengers. They're not too displeased with what is happening. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like they have a significant advantage. You know, it still feels like they're hunting for that. It still feels like they're hunting for that lead early on. They did take down the tier 1 mid and the tier 1 bottom. So that's going to enable them to get some more space around the map. But an immediate smoke up coming out from the side of the Revengers. Oh, okay.
What?
No, that was No Chance farming.
Camp?
Yeah, he was farming the camp. He didn't see that. So, yeah, looks like the side of, Revengers, they're going to be able to move in over here, but they don't find anything. No Chance able to finish up his treads. And with that, looks like the side of Whoops are going to be able to... Well, actually, they didn't take down the mid-tier 1. It is still standing. Pardon what I just said a while back. That was, excessively dumb of me. But the Dark Ascension is going to be popped. 14.5 minutes in Kaneki. He sees both Evil Ash as well as Shadow Demon, but a Delta split coming through means only one hero can get chained. And the Solar Guardian keeping the Skyrat Mage alive. The Winter's Curse, though. It's going to be the death of the Skyrat Mage. You can only make good plays for so long as Evil Ash struggles to hit level 5. The disruption save is nice, and I'm not sure if it's going to keep up here alive for long. In fact, Kaneki is going to jump in for more. The Orb of Corrosion coming in handy. No Chance. Well, he tried to act like a threat, but Kaneki with a sleight of fish just cleans up on Evil Ash as well. No Chance jumps in, but where's the follow-up? The Jug is not showing up to this fight. He just wants to hit some creeps and get his shot going.
phenomenal stuff coming out from Whoops. I really have to commend Comet. His silence ensuring that No Chance blinked in was caught looking a little silly. I mean, it's No Chance is blinking in right next to the Night Stalker, and he couldn't cast a single ability, and then he had to run for dear life. More importantly, the MVP of that fight, of that small little skirmish, has to be Pinkman. His Winter's Curse setting up for the kill, and he got really creative because I believe there was a disruption or a couple of illusions, and he threw a Splinter Blast off the illusion to get that little bit extra oomph to bring down Abhi. No Chance is going to blink in. It's Parasite. It's an Undying. They'll take what they can, but that's about it. Elsewhere, there's another fight in the top lane as Comet and MNZ want to bring down ZXC, and they will indeed succeed. Akshay dead. Back to the river. It's Kaneki bleeding. The Ember will fall. A streak taken away. A mega kill streak taken away. The tips. Oh, they can sense it, but Whoops also know that this is a game that could swing either way. And the Indian mentality is to only BM when you feel confident that you're going to win.
Oh yeah, you don't tip in those topsy-turvy games. Although I do imagine they might be more effective in those kind of situations. They need to destabilize the enemy. Maybe you make a good play, all of a sudden you tip. The enemy's like, guys, are we really strong at this point? You destroy the self-confidence a little bit, but oh wait, they're gonna jump in. No chance. He's gonna end up finding the faceless one, and with the silence, they're able to finish him off. A very crucial pick-off here for the side of Whoops. You can see the net worth advantage drop right away to 1k for the side of the Revengers. Comet TP'd in was a bit too late, and they're not going to be able to find much on the back of that. 16 minutes in, the Night Stalker looking to finish up his BKB, and once he has that, there's pretty much nothing that's going to be stopping him. While Whoops, they just continue to dodge fights around the map and get farm on their Juggernaut, who struggled a little bit in this game.
This is very weird though. So they were all TP to the outpost, and there's a dire observer ward that they've just walked over. So Madness and No Chance, where they are on the map, I think Revengers have a perfect read of it, and they're just running straight at them. Comet will go in. It's No Chance silence controlled by that Night Stalker who's going to end up falling. The Skyrath Mage doesn't offer too much. A concussive shot, not enough of a slow. And Madness in the trees. Blood on the root, blood on the leaves as he's going to melt. Kaneki gets another, and Revengers, they are fighting back, but all said and done, it's just a 1k net worth lead. Back in mid, the Dawnbreaker wants that tower, and the Radiant will manage to bring down the enemy mid tower. So the Dire finally lose their mid tower 17 minutes in. It is still nighttime. Comet can still look to make a play, but for now, it looks as if the Revengers will be content to farm the enemy jungle, and yeah, they're okay with that. And Pikmin is happy just holding mid. You know, it's really weird, the flow. Once again, I wanted to talk about something, but maybe not poking. Going on the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, poking, prodding, but not committing. No fisticuffs yet.
I think the thought process is that No Chance could be sitting on the high ground with the Echo Slam.
Yeah, and also the item finished up on the Dawnbreaker. I think Abhi went for the BKB first, so it's going to be very hard for them to go on him. A smart choice, while it doesn't enable the side of Whoops to make those aggressive plays, it also doesn't make the game super swingy.
That BKB which Abhi has picked up is a bit problematic for the Revengers. For some reason, there's a Black King who had a bar, and he made the most powerful item in Dota 2. And that's what they've got to respect. But now the Kaneki's going in. There's still an Arcane Rune active on Abhi. How much can we do with it? He'll drop the Celestial Hammer, but he's just going to run away. Both these teams, it's a little bit like the Indian head nod. They're not committing to a yes or a no, a fight or a truce. They're just going to run, but No Chance initiates. He's found Kaneki. The Chrono and the Winter's Curse. Oh, this is a disaster. They just overlap their spells, but all's well that ends well. They get the kill. No Chance dead. The Solar Guardian doesn't do much. Abhi caught looking a little silly. He'll turn. He'll spin with his hammer, but Comet and MNZ will just turn right towards him and try and bring him down. They've lost Kaneki though in the midst of all of this, but both teams will certainly lose their mid laners, and Parasite will get another crucial kill as Evil Ash, the save, is dead. Pinkman, Comet, MNZ and Parasite, I think they've done their bit. It's okay if you lose Kaneki, but look at how much more Revengers have got in on the map as a result of that fight.
Oh yeah, I mean, Madness even ends up dropping. That is 4 heroes just for 1 on the side of the Revengers, and even though they blew the 2 spells, it really doesn't matter. Those big kills allow the side of the Revengers to just be able to Delta Split and farm the entire map. They might want to reset the waves a little bit, considering what position they're in now. A Haste Rune will also spawn, so that could potentially enable them to make some plays. In fact, they're going to leave it for good old Kaneki, who's going to TP in and pick it up and look to be aggressive on the map. But Abhi, he's finished up his Mask of Madness. He's about to close in on his BKB, and once he's got those items, the side of Whips have to be really, really careful, because if he manages to get a jump on the Earthshaker, the Shadow Demon, or anyone, oh, hold on to that thought. No chance. He's managed to find Parasite over here, being brought down very, very low. The Tombstone, not on the cliff, will not do much, but guess who's coming in? It's a big bad Night Stalker with the Dark Ascension. He can turn day into nighttime for 30 seconds, and for now, it looks like that's going to spell the end of No Chance and also the end of Madness again, as to the side, Kaneki was able to find him. And with that, the Revengers, they managed to find 2 revenge kills for the price of 1 measly support, just an Undying falling, and they're able to pick up a core.
Floki, okay, but there's one more support that's going to die, not just 2. They're going to find another as Evil Ash dies. Madness and Evil Ash have been food for this Ember Spirit, Floki, and it's only going to get worse. They don't have Glimmer Capes, they don't have 4 staffs. Both the Ember and the Night Stalker can run straight at them. Parasite and Pinkman, on the other hand, nobody's really threatening their position in the game. There's no such threat. And I want to point out something. You mentioned BKBs, you mentioned Abhi's BKB, but just look at the dial lineup. They're so great versus BKBs. It's only the Omni Slash that's really an issue. And sure, the Shadow Demon with that Demonic Purge, if he does manage to get it off, but there's no real control. The Dawnbreaker, the Sky, the Earthshaker are going to look really, really silly once MNZ and Kaneki and the others pick up BKBs. And No Chance and Whoops, in a moment of desperation, the deepest depths of desperation, will walk into the Rosh Pit. Kaneki's got a Remnant nearby, but do Revengers even know they can't give up Roshan for free? Floki, this can't be happening.
This certainly can't be happening. It doesn't seem like Revengers know about this at all. What the hell is going on? Whoops, are they really able to get away with this? They are going to be able to. The scan drops in, but it's a bit too late. It's too little too late. The Aegis will be picked up by ZXC.
And I think they should still take the fight. If they can make it, take the fight. It doesn't matter. You still have Chrono.
Yeah, you still have Chrono, but it doesn't seem like everybody's in position from the side of Revengers. I mean, yeah, a good thought process there. Just because they have an Aegis does not mean that the fight cannot be taken, but this Aegis has essentially breathed new life into the bodies of Whoops. They're going to be able to find time on the map, 5 minutes, where the Jug is going to be able to split push, where the Jug is going to be able to do regular Juggernaut things. He doesn't have to worry too much about other heroes.
Yep.
And if they decide to go on him, you've got the global help with the Solar Guardian. You can TP in, extend the fight, and even punish the side of the Revengers for thinking that they can fight into an Aegis.
That is supposed to be how that draft plays out. But weirdly, the Revengers are just splitting Whoops into awkward skirmishes here and there. Like Madness gets gone upon, Evil Ash gets gone upon, and then before you know it, Whoops are in a really bad losing position. Pinkman could commit the Winter's Curse. The BKB committed by the Dawnbreaker has the shard as well. A little bit of extra spell immunity, but there's the curse. The Dawnbreaker held in place. Nowhere to go for this Sun Mummy, as Abhi will eventually get nuked down. And Pinkman, well, he'll watch as Kaneki secures the kill with consummate ease. They also get a D-Ward, and immediately Madness. Oh, this is great for Parasite. He just has to keep pounding away on the Skywrath Mage. He just needs to buy enough time. Unfortunately, the Fisher will block his path. The road, like any other in any city, Bangalore or Mumbai, is blocked for construction work, and an Undying, a zombie, is walking about clueless what to do.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of an unfortunate attempt. That's the life of a position 5 Undying. You pop the ult, you hit someone, they run away from you. You know, there's a spell or something that stops you, and all of a sudden, you're a very, very sad Undying. I feel like his ult is the one that brings the least joy in the game. You use the ult and everybody just runs away from you, and there's nothing you can do about that because you're an Undying. But, on the other hand, you did find the Dawnbreaker. You found a very crucial pickup on Abhi. And with that, that's actually going to enable you to be in a spot where you can make things happen on the map.
They can. The only concern for them is the Solar Guardian.
Oh, wait, looks like something might be happening over here. Comet, he's got the BKB, but he's popped it during daytime. There is no Dark Ascension available. No chance going to be able to find it, but elsewhere looks like ZXC will be able to pick up Parasite. They make an aggressive move, and looks like Parasite will be dropping that shard coming in handy. And now the punish to come through for No Chance and Echo's Lab being dropped. But look at that Chronosphere. It's going to catch two of the biggest heroes on the side of Whoops. The Dawnbreaker caught out, forced to pop the BKB, tries to turn her over the Star Swipe, but to no avail. ZXC spinning in the middle of 3 heroes. He's got the Aegis, but he's surrounded by 4 big bad members of the Revengers, and they'll take him down. A buyback from Parasite to secure this fight. ZXC will be cleaned up as well, even though it is daytime. A triple kill for Kaneki, and Kaneki will be able to ensure that Whoops pay the price for their mistakes. And there are the tips coming out. You know, friendly tips exchanged between the Faceless Void and the Night Stalker. I mean, it seemed like it was a bad play from the Night Stalker when he popped that BKB, but in fact, he just baited the side of Whoops into taking a very, very bad fight. And with that, the side of the Revengers, they're going to be able to find even more map control, even more space, and even more objectives.
I'm saying it now. If Revengers win this tournament, Kaneki is the MVP. A lot of his genius was off the screen, and unfortunately it wasn't caught on camera, but he is just doing so much in these fights. If they win this tournament, Floki, I will change my display pic on all my social medias, including LinkedIn. Yes, I have a LinkedIn profile, don't ask me why. I will change it all to the photo of Kaneki, the true Chad, the true Giga Chad of South Indian Dota.
Oh yeah, I mean, this man, he comes in after such a long time, hasn't touched Dota with a 10-foot pole in the past few months. And he's done a day job. And he's still somehow managing to come here and slay a bronze-winning team on LAN. These guys, they went to Commonwealth, they secured a medal, but it seems like they seem to be struggling here against, their very own nemesis, Indian Dota. It doesn't seem like they're finding an easier time against the boys from South India. Another smoke up coming in from the side of the Revengers. Gonna look to find a pick-off over here. ZXC will be able to clean up the tier 2 tower. An instant curse coming in from Pinkman to hold the Juggernaut in place. The silence on top as well. Comet, he's maxed that out, but the Solar Guardian will keep ZXC alive. The disengage is gonna be through. The Blade Fury is there, but no TP out just yet. Do they realize there's elsewhere on the side? It looks like Kaneki has managed to catch out someone else, but yeah, no chance will be taken down. No Echo Slam being used. The silence is gonna come up again. Juggernaut being cleaned up as well. That's it. Whoops. They're going to have to take an exit from this fight. The Undying, looking to cut someone off, will not find them. And Evil Ash still struggling on that Shadow Demon. He maxed out the Disseminate. I believe that might have been a team call to see if that spell does a lot of work, but it doesn't seem like it has done all that much at this game. And the Shadow Poison, the Shadow Poison only having one level means that it's going to be a while before Evil Ash can come back in terms of farm and actually be a presence in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, beyond seeing the saves, you didn't catch the very beginning of the previous engagement where Kaneki got a triple kill. It began with ZXC in frustration and sheer rage, run up to Parasite and commit the Omni Slash. But who was there? It was Pinkman with the Cold Embrace. And Parasite pretty much healed up to full. Then there was a Fisher, then there was a Blade Fury, then they killed Parasite. But who cares? They lost their fight. They literally got their asses whooped by the Revengers, and they're in shock. Yeah. If you've ever been a victim of trauma, there's a moment of shock that registers for what seems like a lot longer than a moment, and it cripples you, it paralyzes you, and you have no idea what you need to do. If Whoops to manage to fight back, if they can fight that ridiculous amount of healing coming out from Parasite, who's running a mech and a Holy Locket.
Ridiculous, and Undying getting all this far. Yeah. It's nuts.
It's nuts. I mean, you think about it, Undying is like one of the weirdest heroes to farm with, but about 2 level 4 DKs can really help you clear up a creep wave once you put a lot of levels into it, but he's running a level 2 DK. So all this is really just by being active and effective in these fights. Who needs to farm though? Are the supports on the side of Whoops? Because Evil Ashley's got that Aether Lens, but that's about it. And both him as well as Madness need to start to kite Kaneki. They need to play to ensure that they both survive these fights, because Kaneki is really just causing too many problems.
Oh yeah,
and if not Kaneki, it's the Night Stalker. I mean, Madness has one piece of the puzzle, which is a Ghost Scepter, but I'm sure he'd like a Force Staff. I'm sure he'd like a Glimmer Cape. And yeah, you were saying.
Not to rub salt in the wounds of Whoops over here, but they haven't even managed to finish the Desolator onto Urbi on the Dawnbreaker. So that timing with the Dawnbreaker is very, very strong. It seems that it has already passed them by. Back towards the bottom lane though. Looks like they're going to be able to pick up this tier 2 tower for free. No contest from Whoops. They're like, have that part of the map, so please just let us leave with our heads intact. Still on our necks, still on our shoulders, and very much alive. And for the time being, Revengers will oblige. But they will eventually converge towards the mid lane. They're going to go back and camp around Rosh because that's what they want. The next objective is the Aegis. And if the side of the Revengers are able to find that, Whoops, they're in for a very, very tough time. I mean, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to come back. Good news for them is that No Chance has actually finished up his BKB, so he can be effective in fights, so he can catch out the Void with his pants down. But even then, it's not going to be easy to find the follow-up because the Night Stalker will just make sure that the Mystic Flare or, you know, something like the Shadow Demon Disseminate doesn't come out. Not sure if it even does all that much, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit hard for the side of Whoops to even follow up on a good initiation by no chance.
I mean, it depends. Like Void versus Earthshaker, the Earthshaker has to be instant with his lockdown, or he has to cast Fissure from Fog, or just blink in with the Echo Slam, because if he doesn't, the Void's going to be able to get off his BKB. I like what ZXC is doing. This is
wow,
pretty nice. Just pushing the wave and forcing Pikmin around the map, and even if the curse was committed, they always had the Solar Guardian. Once again, Whoops, he'll go towards Roshan. The timing near perfect. I mean, it is 6 seconds until Roshan. Oh no! But Pikmin's in the pit! Will he get the Curse of No? He silenced the Aegis Seal is there. There comes Comet with the Silence of his own. He'll bring down Madness quickly. No time for the Ghost Scepter. Pikmin still alive. They've got the Winter's Curse. They've also got Evil Ash Control. Both supports dead for the side of Whoops. They do have buyback. Will they buy back to join and contest Roshan, because Roshan is up, but MNZ is looking for more with that time walk. The extended range in 7.32, he's hunting for a kill. He's looking for an opportunity, but Vision and Whoops just do not oblige, as the Revengers will not find much. Uh-oh, Comet, he sees no chance. I think he sees no chance. No chance does have his BKB. Does he want to commit it? There's a Basher to work with. No chance can't TP. Kaneki's there with a Sleight of Fist. A Remnant forward. No chance dead. No Solar Guardian coming through Floki. They just let their offlaner die. Elsewhere, Parasite's already in the pit. The Cold Embrace keeping him healthy. Roshan will definitely go in favor of the Revengers unless Whoops decides to contest.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very hard fight for Whoops to win. It's going to take nothing short of a miracle to win this one. There's also a Chronosphere available. A Winter's Curse still there. In fact, Pinkman is going to jump in. He's going to get instantly silenced by Madness. Unfortunately, no stun to help with the Mystic Flare. The Dawnbreaker does not have a Blink Dagger, and that will secure the Aegis. The shard finished up for Comet as well, so now the Night Stalker can have some impact during the day, getting those creeps with the Hunter in the night, and still being able to accelerate his farm, even though it might not be nighttime. And with that Aegis, looks like Whoops, they're slowly being lowered into the grave. I mean, the coffin, nails are being hammered in. The final nails, in fact, being hammered in, and well, in the mid lane, they're going to be able to find the Dawnbreaker. There's a singular creep just keeping RB in place. There's going to be the BKB there, though. Well, no, there was a Starbreaker charge being used. The BKB does not get popped.
Oh, MNZ?
He pops his own BKB, goes forward, but doesn't see anyone. In fact, no, the Aegis is going to be wasted. No chance was waiting in the trees. The Mystic Flare is going to be there, but Kaneki jumps in onto Madness with the Ghost Scepter keeping him alive, but not for long. Madness will eventually fall. And there it is, Kaneki, with those extended Searing Chains duration, will be able to pick up the Skywrath Mage. And with that, a 14k net worth lead, and also a mid-tier 2 tower being taken down for the side of, mid-tier 2 tower being claimed by the side of the Revengers. Ideally, they would like to have kept that Aegis up until they went high ground, but that's okay. Oh, the Night Stalker jumping in. The Juggernaut is going to be in a world of trouble. 4 stars come through, but still not enough to get outside the Chrono. Well, the Chronosphere is going to be there. It's going to catch. No chance. It's going to catch the Juggernaut. Everyone dead from the side of Whoops. And that's it. That's the whole kit caboodle from the side of the Revengers. A 17k net worth lead. They march on to the high ground. They know that this game is in their hands, and they are looking to end it right here, right now. The Night Stalker, the Faceless Void, the Winter Wyvern, the Undying, everyone beating it up into this tier 3 tower. They want to at least get 2 sets of racks on the back of this. In fact, Comet is going to jump in. He's going to find Abhi, who's going to pop the BKB instantly, and Comet will pop his BKB in response. Kid, he's going to move forward. In fact, he knows he's very, very strong. He's going to jump into Abhi, and Abhi is going to be forced to back off. In the meantime, Kaneki does pick up the Skywrath Mage.
You got to be careful though. The glyph is still there. I mean, there is a possibility that the side of Revengers do overextend. They haven't got the Chronosphere, they got the Winter's Curse. So all eyes on Pinkman. He needs to get a good curse off. There's a buyback from Madness. Will Kaneki go again? The Echo decent. There's the Solar Guardian, but no chance control. How much can he accomplish? His BKB not doing all that much. Parasite just standing in the midst of them all. The Starbreaker doing a fair amount of damage, but these two do not have it within them to kill even Parasite. Pinkman with the heal, the Cold Embrace, pitch perfect, as now the Revengers run straight at them. They've lost MNZ, they lost Kid, they've lost their Faceless Void, but the rest can pack quite a punch. It's Kaneki, the man of the hour. He doesn't have too much mana. Silence out of position. Bash, he's dead. Pinkman couldn't save him. Oh, this is terrible. The Revengers have overextended. They did get a couple of kills, but with both the Void and the Ember Spirit down, as well as it being nighttime, they cannot pursue, daytime, excuse me, they cannot pursue any further. And Balanar kind of, I mean, there's not much he's going to be bringing to the table. So Revengers will reset. And yeah, just pretty much a small support. But here you go. This is Kaneki. Look at where he is. I mean, he is single-handedly keeping the Whoops supports away from the rest of their teams. And I am just so impressed with how Kaneki's played this game. It's not, I mean, it's not leaning prowess or it's not phenomenal mechanical skill, but just a very solid, fundamental understanding of what his hero needs to do. And Comet, they're both just the perfect duo. Look at this, Night Stalker in all his disgusting glory, the Hunter in the night, the Vampire, the extended version of the Twilight Saga in our Dota universe, just pushing back the one position Juggernaut, and a blink from Pinkman is enough for Xerxes to commit the Blade Fury. Elsewhere, Madness, well, this has been the story of Madness. Madness see, Madness die, Madness respawn and die again. That's pretty much it. And now 70 seconds without the Skywrath Mage. Revengers are feeling confident, and the Void...
towards the mid lane though. Well, okay, Evil Ash, he's got the 4 stuff. He's going to keep himself alive. But the Chronosphere committed for a singular Shadow Demon? No, this is not that good. The Fissure was also there to almost keep Evil Ash alive, but not too much avail. And it looks like the side of the Revengers are going to be able to find those pickoffs. Unfortunately, the Skywrath Mage does not have buyback, but an Echo Slap, no, the BKB is perfect coming out from the Faceless Void. MNC outplays them to the D, and he's going to be able to get those pickoffs onto the Earthshaker. No chance at all for Moin Ajaz to be able to get that control in. And with that, another set of frags going to be going down for the side of Whoops. Comet, Parasite, MNZ, everybody beating into the towers as well as the racks, and Whoops just have no chance of coming back into this game. A final Hail Mary attempt coming in from the side of the Whoops, but it's not going to be all that effective. Looks like the Winter Wyvern is going to jump in. ZXC, well, the Omni Slash is there. Dawnbreaker dropping rather low, but no, the Faceless Void is going to be able to keep himself alive over here. Nicole Embrace is going to be there as well, and there it is, the re-engage coming through. The Night Stalker blinks in with the BKB, with the silence. Kaneki is back as well. Abhi, he knows his time is up. He tries to Starbreaker out of there, but to no avail. The Celestial Hammer is not going to do all that much as well. Evil Ash literally being dove in the fountain. GG's! This one is all over. Looks like we're going to be going to a Game 3 as the Revengers managed to claim Game 2 against the side of Whoops. And Whoops didn't really see that coming. They hoped that they would have an easier game. They hoped that they would be able to match the tempo with the Earthshaker, but the Revengers, they outdrafted, outplayed, and outmoved the side of Whoops at every single point in the game.
So I just want to paint you the broader story of this best of 3. Game 1, pre-standard bans. Game 2, Revengers say, hey, we're going to respect you and respect ban your heroes. So flat out, they just respect ban some of the earlier heroes that no chance that the others ran. I think they ban out the Omni Knight, which was really strong in the hands of Evil Ash. They ban out, which other hero did they ban out?
Tusk.
They ban out Abhi's Tusk. And yeah, they play Whoops with respect, but both these games have been extremely one-sided affairs. I mean, sure, Whoops got a couple of more kills in this one, but essentially the game was never in their hands, even after they got Roshan. So are we going to go to a Game 3 where we see... Yeah, it's a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're going to a Game 3, as Floki has clearly said it. And my question is, which is not a hypothetical, are we going to see No Chance and Whoops respect ban the Ember and the Night Stalker?
Yeah, that is the big question mark. Well, much like an Indian soap opera, I'm gonna tell you to find out on the next episode. For now, though, we're gonna be getting to a short break, after which we'll be back with game number 3 of the Acer Predator Grand Finals.
Greetings and salutations and welcome back to game number 3 between Team Whoops and the Revengers at the Acer Predator League 2022. 4 lakh rupees is what these two teams are fighting for, and more importantly, the chance, the glorious chance of representing your country at Japan. We are live at the Nexus Mall, Whitefield, Bangalore, and if you guys are tuning in at home and you're in the area, do drop by. You should come and check out the Acer Experience Zone, where you can check out some of the coolest laptops like the Acer Predator Helios 300, which has extremely fast screens and kick-ass cooling. And what are those fast screens powered by? An i9, and not just any i9. This is not a 7th gen i9. This is a 12th gen i9 processor, as well as an RTX 3080. It makes my desktop look like utter shit, but your games and your edits and whatever content you decide to create will come out looking smooth like makhan. Anyway, Floki, back to the game. And well, before we get back to the game, just look at the mall. I'm really loving the ambience here. There are a fair amount of people. The seating is packed.
Oh yeah, pretty much. I mean, it is full over here, and we hope that if you're here in Bangalore around Whitefields, you do visit the mall and you do see what it's like to experience a Dota LAN live. But enough about what you can experience. Let's talk about what you are going to experience over here in this game number 3 of Whoops versus the Revengers. You know, I mean, most people might have expected a bit of a whitewash by Whoops, but no, Revengers, they've got an ace up their sleeves. In Kariki, he's still got it. So yeah, the Whoops, they've got to put some respect on that name.
Yeah, I mean, individually, if you go like player head-to-head, you might see small differences in mechanical skill, but as a team as a whole, as a unit, Revengers are up there with Whoops, and they gave them what my favorite caster, Suns fan, would say, an absolute shellacking. It was... I mean, game number 2 was as one-sided as game number 1. Yeah. So it's been a back and forth, and there's really no way we can make an accurate prediction for game number 3. Actually, we just don't make accurate predictions, but that's us. But having said that, though, this series is equally close, Floki. And I mean, I was theory crafting between the games that game 1 was them being kind of surprised by the task.
Yeah.
And game 2 was respect bans coming out from the side of the Revengers, which I like. I mean, it's just a roll-up-your-sleeves approach to drafting. And game 3, I'm expecting Whoops to also throw in a couple of respect bans.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, Revengers, they've shown that if an idea does not work, they're more than, ready to try and change things up, not stick to their guns and really force out a different kind of game from the opponent team, right? Whoops, they were forced into a corner over here. They decided that the Earthshaker is the right approach. It didn't really work out as well as they would have liked. The Dawnbreaker pick also didn't have as much tempo early on as they would have liked. And now here we are in game number 3. As we can see, 2 bans have already passed out in front of us over here. It's going to be the Tusk and the Undying again for the Revengers. But Whoops, this time, are going to ban out the Pinkman Wyvern.
Yeah, they ban out the Wyvern. I mean, Pinkman Wyvern or Para Wyvern. Wyvern's been a staple so far in the series for the side of Revengers. They picked it up in both games. And Whoops insistent on picking up the Skyrath Mage. It's the same opening, so it's going to be Madness most likely on the Skyrath Mage. I know, I mean, I'm certain Evil Ash can play it, but I think it's going to be a pause for Skyrath Mage. Talking about the supports, Floki, you said that the no chance Earthshaker didn't work that much, but more than the Earthshaker, Comet as well as Kaneki caused a lot of problems for the supports. They were constantly being hit on their heads, which was pretty much my experience when I was growing up and attending school. My parents just hit me every day with books. But yeah, this was a different kind of smacking, and this hit a lot harder.
Oh yeah. I mean, this was a full-blown hammer, and I can finally understand you, Vic. Thank you for sharing that little bit of information with me.
Absolutely, which is why I'm a little daft.
Yeah, a little? Yeah, there you go. That's the correct response to that. But yeah, the Skyrath Mage picked up by Whoops. It's very important that they start the draft in this order because it doesn't reveal anything that Whoops want to do, right? And now Revengers are forced to respond to this with 2 picks. How do you respond to a hero that has been picked all the time in the series, first pick for the side of Whoops? There is no accurate way of predicting what they're going to do next. So they pick up an Abaddon, a good 1-to-1 counter for the Sky. You dispel the silence, you make sure that you can even keep a hero alive during the Mystic Flare with the Mist Coil if you're out of the Aphotic Shield. The Aghanim Scepter, of course, no need to say anything about it. It is broken as heck. Every time you take a little bit of damage.
The AoE, though.
Yeah, they reduce the AoE, so you do shoot out a couple of missed coils if your allies are taking damage, and you keep them alive with your ultimate. So you essentially become a heal bot during bad situations. But at the same time, Revengers, they need to follow this up with a second pick, and they're going to pick up the Faceless Void, quickly revealing what their lane is going to look like. I like this idea coming out from Revengers. There really isn't a lot that the Abaddon can't deal with when he's played in the safe lane. And at the same time, I mean, he also provides you some support against the Skywrath Mage with the heals and whatnot, right? So whatever Whoops pick over here, if they decide to go for an offlane hero, I don't think an offlane hero that addresses both of these exists. Perhaps this is the chance where Whoops can decide to be a little bit greedy, maybe even pick up something like a Dawnbreaker, because what that will allow them to do is to be greedy in the offlane. You know, they're like, okay, you want to farm? We'll farm too. We'll farm on a tempo-based hero like Dawnbreaker, who can get that early Desolator, get that early shot, get that early BKB, but no. They're going to pick up the Tiny instead.
Yeah, Tiny is one of the better heroes versus the Void, right? You have a little bit of magic damage coming in from one of your supports, and with the Avalanche toss and a couple of hits from the Echo Saber, you can quite easily bring down the Void early on in the game. Tiny is also, I mean, he's the perfect flex pick, right? You can put him, you can play him as a 4, you can play him as a 1, you can play him as a 2, and
maybe not a 1,
you can play him as the provider of one of the best airlines in the game.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, if you know, your teammates and you guys have had a bit of a spout in the last game, you know exactly what to do, and you know exactly what skill to take. Level 1, I'll teach him a lesson real quick in humility. But speaking of humility, a Rubik band over here from the side of Whoops, perhaps foreshadowing what is to come. Now remember, we did say that you could pick up a farming offlaner if you're Whoops, and there are still certain heroes in the pool that can be very, very strong in this patch. The Enigma is one of them. You pick up something like an Enigma, you're able to deny the range creep consistently. You have those Eidolons that make sure that you tank up a lot of damage on a hero like the Faceless Void, and also that the Faceless Void really doesn't have an avenue to get as farmed as he would like. While the lane does stay calm the entire time, the Enigma gets more and more farmed over time. He gets that XP lead, and eventually he can even boot the Void out of lane. Because this damage isn't a one-pump chump, you know, it's not really a nuke. When you multiply those Eidolons, they're going to be there for a while, so the Faceless Void really can't do anything about them, and neither can the Abaddon. So I think an Enigma pickup would be very, very smart coming in from Whoops. Although with that said, they do not have the pick after the first phase, and Revengers still have a ban left, so they might as well ban that hero out, because it might end up being a bad matchup for the Void. And, well, Whoops, they put a bit of respect on Kaneki's name. The Ember Spirit being banned out over here. I like this. This is...
Yeah.
This is them being humble.
Absolutely. This is as humble as a bronze winner in the Commonwealth Games can get. Respecting Kaneki, who has been away from the scene, works a job, and somehow between his full-time job, finds a couple of hours to play Dota, shows up to LAN and absolutely gobsmacks his opponents. They're left clueless as to what the heck just happened because Kaneki was a nuisance. I mean, this is the supports like, please ban that Ember. We couldn't deal with it. There was nothing we could do. So yeah, I'm liking that coming out from Whoops, and the trend of respect bans continue. They're just going to ban out ZXC's Morphling, and
yeah.
I mean, Morphling's pretty good with Tiny by his side, and there's a lot more possibilities because No Chance could go back for the Earthshaker. More importantly, ZXC is just really, really good on that hero.
Yeah, and also you just nullify the Chronosphere with the shot because you don't get silenced, right? So you can't just strength morph and keep yourself alive. Snapfire pickup by the Revengers. This is a very good pick. It also synergizes well with the Void because now you have both options for the Void, right? You can pick the more aggressive option if you feel like the lane is going to be passive. You can also pick the more defensive option if you feel like Whoops are going to be aggressive. So whatever Whoops pick over here, it has to sort of deal with both of these cases at once. And there really aren't a lot of heroes that do that. They've panned out the Viper, they've panned out the Undying. Omni Knight offlane is also a thing in high-level pubs that gets picked up often. They play him like a utility support, which has also been banned out. So there really aren't a lot of heroes that Whoops can pick over here.
Shadow Demon, weirdly.
No.
Yeah.
For the third time? Oh, sorry, for the second time?
You know what they say, the second time's the charm.
Well, that has been the case for this series. I mean, it has been true for sure. it does seem like second time around you try things, they do tend to work out. But I like this a lot
this
more.
is so smart.
Yeah, they pick up a much better hero against the Faceless Void. They're like, all right, we can't really pick a good offlaner right now. Instead, we're just going to pick a hero that is really, really strong against the Faceless Void, the Wraith King. Against a Faceless Void, he doesn't care too much. You get Chronoed, you get Snapfire ulted, so what? You just come back up the second time around, pop your BKB, and run those heroes down. And Abaddon is also not exactly a good answer to something like the Wraith King, because even though Wraith King has a stun and jumps in, it's not the stun that makes Wraith King who he is. It's the guaranteed crit. Every single time he beats you, he brings down that sword upon your head. You need to do something about that damage. And a Puck pickup by the side of Whoops.
I mean, I was actually thinking of a puck for the Revengers until it got snatched up by Whoops. At least now what the Revengers know is the mid matchup. They can obviously pick the TA as an option because TA is historically supposed to be good versus puck in lane. But I feel like they need more catch. I mean, the Chronosphere is great. You got follow-up damage, you got a save. Okay, you would never believe this, but I was thinking of that exact same hero.
You were going to say Kunkka right after that,
Yes.
weren't you? That's a lie.
Yes.
I'm messing with you. But yeah, the Kunkka is a good pickup as well against the Puck.
It's not the perfect answer, but it does keep
It is
the
an
puck
answer.
on her toes.
It does. But a bit of a change that people might not know about Puck. I wonder if Whoops are brave enough to take this chance. If you do run it in the offlane, we and I were having a conversation about Soul Ring being expensive for strength offlaners. Well, Puck likes to buy a bottle. Also, the new patch, it has made your orb last for 3.5 seconds. So you can orb, TP back to base, fill your bottle, and come back in lane. And against this sort of, double supports that they have picked up, where they have the option of running the Void with the Snapfire, with the Abaddon as well, that might be a good idea, although that is too much theory.
I'd like to
crafting,
see
in
a
my
Marcy
opinion.
ban from the Revengers. Because, yeah, ban out Marcy.
What are you afraid of? What do you think? Who's going to combo with the Marcy, though?
No, it's not about the... There's no, like... I'm not thinking about the mid game. It's just... The Marcy's strength is, like... She's really strong in lanes. So, even though... And now her jump is her stun. So, it's AoE and it's a little bit more reliable versus the puck. As opposed to the dispose. So, you're going to have a kind of long-range initiation versus the puck. And even for Whoops, it's actually really good for either team right now. Not for Avengers because they've revealed the supports, but more specifically for Whoops, if they pick up a Marcy, it just makes their lanes stronger. She's really, really good in lanes.
Yeah.
And what Revengers are hoping for is that Void has a good lane.
I do have a rebuttal for that, though. I do think that apart from... There's a better pick than Marcy in store for Whoops over here. I'm just going to wait for the bans to go through here.
Why don't you say it?
Oracle banner, all right. Now, it wasn't going to be the Oracle. I think the Tide Hunter is a very no-brainer here. Okay, they pick up the Enigma towards the end anyway, so that's going to be the offlane hero. I was going to say the Tide Hunter because it offers a similar potential to the Enigma. You got big team fight. You get yourself the ability to just stand there and be tanky inside the Chronosphere. The problem is that the Snapfire can be a bit of a nuisance, but the lane still goes well for the Tide Hunter, and he can eventually boot the Void out of the lane, no matter what he's up against, be it the Abaddon or be it the Snapfire.
I'm liking Magnus or Tide.
Tide Hunter, there it is.
I said it. I said something.
Oh yeah. I mean, the Tide Hunter is a very, very good answer for all the heroes that they've picked up on the side of Whoops. You've got the re-initiation after the Wraith King ult with the Ravage. You can instantly take him down a second time around, and you've also got the right heroes to pair with. Now, a lot of this is going to come down to, are they going to make positioning errors? Because if Comet X gets caught out with the Black Hole and taken down before he gets the chance to pop his Ravage, there's obviously not going to be a good way for the side of the Revengers to take that fight. On the contrary, though, if they find the Enigma in the Chronosphere before, there is really nothing Whoops can do to protect him. He is just gone. So an A on this could be on the cards for No Chance eventually. He might think about that item. But as long as the lane goes well, I think No Chance is going to be having a decent time this game. He's going to be creating space, he's going to be taking space away from the Void, and he's going to be a constant threat with the Black Hole in the first 20 minutes of the game.
I think the strength of the new Enigma is that you have the Black Hole, but you're still a very great hero without the Black Hole, because every instance of Malefice is going to be creating an Eidolon for you. So the build is I mean, sure, you get the blink, but you can even just go Aether, Shard, Octarine. You don't. You could force in an Orchid somewhere if you need to. That's just even better versus the Void or the Abaddon. Nullify the Abaddon, make sure that he's not getting too much done. So yeah, I like the Enigma pickup, and I think Tide Hunter is the closest response. The only other response I thought of was the Magnus. You go Magnus or Tide. The strength of the Magnus is you amplify the Void's farm a little bit more, and you're not relying only on the Chronosphere, and you also got yourself an ultimate which pierces spell immunity. But Tide is just easier, and he's got that weird little Earth Spike that he works with once he picks up his Shard. It's also kind of cute. Could time it quite effectively with a Yules or a Phase Shift or a Reincarnation if need be. So yeah, I'm liking the lineups. I think it's just going to boil down to individual execution. But if you just ask me purely in terms of draft, I'm leaning a little bit towards Whoops. I think they have a slightly better draft. The Tiny versus Kunkka lane could go either way. And Wraith King, yeah, the age-old answer to the Void. I mean, ignore the Chronosphere, get stuck in it, die, and be reborn.
Yeah. Now, there is one small problem for the side of the Revengers, right? Even though their draft is pretty decent against Teamfight, there is another aspect of Wraith King that gets ignored oftentimes, the Skeletons. The Skeletons can really quickly amplify the farm of the Wraith King and make him a threat in these teamfights. And if Xerxes is given sort of that silent start where he's just able to farm up quietly, hit those item timings with the Blink, Armlet, potentially even the Radiance this game if he just wants to be that ultimate raid boss that nobody can touch. He could certainly do that. I mean, it doesn't seem to me, it's not apparent to me or obvious to me that the side of the Revengers have the best offensive tools to deal with the draft of Whoops. You know, they've got Chronospheres, they've got a Torrent and a Ravage, but those early on are not sure how good they are against Puck, because Puck as a hero is going to be very elusive and very hard to catch as it is. And on top of that, the Puck is going to be well aware of what's going to happen if the Tide is not showing. You know, this is not a Puck who's going to make some crazy aggressive jaunts if he does not see the Tide Hunter. He's going to respect that. He's going to try and silence the Tide. He's going to try to control him up. And only when he knows when the Tide is there is he going to make a move. So, yes, there's going to be a little bit of a test to see how good Abhi's Puck is at doing that. Kaneki, though, should be having a very easy time in the mid lane. Going back towards the bottom lane, it looks like the Tiny as well as the Snapfire are having a little go at it. Pinkman did go for the Scatterblast early on. Unfortunately, the idea or the notion that there is a hero that exists that can trade with Tiny at level 1 is a false one. The only hero who can maybe do that is Train Protector, but Train Protector has got less HP than a Tiny, I think, at level 1. So, and even if he doesn't, the fact that the Tiny has slightly better attack speed, it makes sure that he's able to get the better trades. But this is sort of what the side of maybe Revengers have wanted. Like, they've got the favorable lanes here. They've got the Wraith King against the Faceless White Skyrat lane. They've got the Abaddon with him to make sure that he's able to stay and farm. While the side of Whoops have to deal with the Tide Hunter for the Enigma. Now, this especially is a bit of a problem, because Anchor Smash is all physical damage and the Eidolons have magic resistance. At level 1, they have very little armor.
Yep. That's one thing that I want to point out that's working in favor of the Revengers, but I actually called out a bunch of wrong stuff in the lanes. It is a support Tiny. I thought they'd run a core Tiny, but then obviously with the Puck, it is the Puck that's gone mid. The mid lane matchup is going to be a bit of a hey, you farm, I farm, and then let's just walk into the mid game and see what happens. But what's interesting is the switch in their lanes altogether. They're running the Wraith King along with the Skyrat Mage in essentially the hard lane or the off lane, and I think this is something that the Revengers were not expecting, because one, the summons, the little skelly warriors, the minions that Xerxes can summon. 2, the constant smaller instances of damage coming out from the Skyrat Mage, as well as the damage over time coming out from the Wraith King with his stun. These are all things that Kid hates to play against. The good news is, if his lane support wasn't in Abaddon, this lane would be near impossible in my opinion. So thankfully he's got Parasite by his side to constantly dispel and keep the Void healthy. But I like this approach coming out from Oops. They want to take the fight to Revengers. Kaneki just having fun with the puck, using the X marks the spot on him. And yeah, I mean, this lane, the off lane for this side of Revengers is also pretty good. I mean, they've got so much wave clear, and yeah, it's not the off lane that we need to look at. It's ZXC causing problems up top with Evil Ash.
Wait, Faceless Void top lane does not have a time walk. He's going to get stunned up. He might just end up dying here. Tip comes out from ZXC. He quickly back to the top lane. Looks like Faceless Void would also go down. What? Oh, a symphony of errors coming out from the side of the Revengers on the top lane. First, the Abaddon falls, ends up dying, and then the Faceless Void time walks in to try and get the return kill. But Evil Ash, speedy as all heck on his Skyrath Mage with 325 move speed, just outruns the Void, and the Void has no answer.
Yeah, so the problem for the Revengers is if they don't do well in the lanes, they're going to come into a mid-game where there's going to be an Enigma with a gajillion summons, the Wraith King with his skeletons, and then it's going to become really, really problematic for them to deal with that tempo. Because what Void hates, Snapfire is dying as well. She's somehow barely alive, and Pinkpin, indeed, Pinkpin's going to get caught. And that's the Snapfire dead. So if the lanes continue to go this bad, there's nothing that Kaneki can do to remedy them, because the push is going to come hard and fast from the Wraith King and the Enigma. And I think Revengers, the Revengers might just be caught snoozing by the pace of the game that Whoops can bring. So yeah, I think it's going to be a tumultuous mid game, and if the Revengers manage to survive that, I think they should be fine. Up top, Parasite, I don't think he's going to be surviving this. But ZXC will show a little mercy as Evil Ash is getting gone upon, bashed, and bashed at will. MNZ will manage to bring down the enemy's Skyrath Mage, and there's a tip coming out from the other side of the river, quite literally, as both Pinkman and Comet respect the bash.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was pure skill coming out from Faceless Void there.
Absolutely.
The skill is praying to Gaben every Friday night to make sure that he blesses you with good RNG the subsequent day and subsequent weeks.
I think you need to have better Fridays in life, Loki. If this is what your Friday nights look like, I'm concerned what your Tuesday nights look like.
I mean, they're Dota players, so it's perfect, right?
Praying to Gaben.
Yeah.
Okay. If you say
It
so.
doesn't get much better than that. I mean, you pray to Gaben, you know, maybe you go out there, you have some fun, you know, well, maybe you have a couple of drinks, you know, have a relaxing night. But back towards the bottom lane, that's where I would like to have a quick look. It seems that the Tidehunter has somehow gotten a bit of a level advantage on the Enigma.
How has he got this big wave pushing it? Like, what is, like, I know that No Chance is probably denying a creep, but even then, this is really weird. That Comet has such a big wave pushing it. And this is exactly what Revengers need. They need to apply pressure. They need to take out the star. And they need to put No Chance on the back foot before ZXC kicks out MNZ from the top lane. Both these side lanes are very, very crucial. And they're going to dictate the mid game. Pinkman with the wraparound. He's going to hop over. Granny will eat her own cookie. Jump straight on top of this weird blue-purple alien. And No Chance will die. That's a bit problematic because I'm pretty sure he's going to lose his tower on the back of that. And
yeah, that's a little rough. He's actually queued up the Midas on the Enigma. They believe that they've got the better late game if they just manage to keep farming. I understand where No Chance is coming from, but back towards the top lane, again, the Faceless Void. This is why you pray to RN Jesus, pray to Lord Gaben, and he will gift you with those bashes. The Skyrath Mage falls again, but ZXC manages to find level 6. His army of little minions, little skeletons, chasing the Void around, being a constant nuisance, and there's no way for the Void to deal with it alone. Parasite sort of needs to help him out with that little green army.
yeah, I mean, he will eventually deal with this, but it's painful, right? Because if you're not timing the right click immediately.
Oh, top lane, the Abaddon, he's gonna get gone upon. He's gonna have the Aphotic Shield to stay alive, but now the turn comes, and Madness. He's going to end up falling here. Kid, another kill for MNZ over here in the top lane. And man, this game is not going to go well if Whoops keep feeding the Void with these kills. This is a little
It's actually, they wanted to match Revenge's movement in the offlane, right? Revengers take the enemy tower. No Chance can obviously go back to the jungle, but they thought that if we bring both our supports, if we bring a Tiny with Avalanche and Toss, we can do the same. We can apply pressure and get a kill, but instead the Tiny ends up dying. And now it's going from bad to worse for Whoops. Comet is just shown up mid. The Watermelon just holds his ground in the river, and there's nobody to really push him out. Pinkman, he's having his own side affair with the puck, but there comes Madness. The coil will snap, the grandmother will be killed, and now Madness, the boat coming in, is probably next. Oh, but this Titanic didn't hit the iceberg. The Ravage is there, however. This is all just for a support Tiny. It's a bit too much. It's a little embarrassing, and now No Chance will commit the black hole. What's even more embarrassing is that there's no follow-up damage after the black hole.
Oh, boy.
Oh my god, this is if David Dhawan directed a game of Dota, this is what it would look like.
Yeah, a lot of meaningless fights that result in nothing.
Absolutely. False starts left and right, big abilities thrown, but no positive
really
outcome for either team.
Oh yeah.
Other than a death on Pinkman. But that was Coil, Ravage, Black Hole, some of the most exciting spells in the history of the game being put to good use. Kappa.
Yeah, I mean, that was the mid lane, but a good outcome for Whoops regardless. They very happily will exchange the black hole for the Ravage as long as it means that nothing happens on the map. Because their Wraith King is farming away. He's having a gala time. In fact, ZXC, he's finished up a Midas over here, Vivek. He's not even decided to go for the armlet like most people do early on. He's like, nah, I'm just going to out-greed you this game. And Midas has been the item of this patch of sorts. The fact that it is slowed down does mean that the games are naturally going to be longer. And well, if the game is going to be longer, it means that the likelihood the Midas will pay for itself is high. Although that is not the reason why people go Midas. It's mostly for the experience and also for the ability to just have a free item that gives you gold, right? If nothing is going to be happening on the map.
Also for the ability to get a neutral item at will.
Oh yeah, that is correct. You are basically guaranteed a neutral item if you use it when that is available. But okay, a Chronos Sphere being popped in the bottom lane. The Enigma might end up dying here with a little shed. The armor being dropped down really, really low. And the Snapfire, well, not the Snapfire, but the Abaddon will be able to find that kill.
A really good target selection. Oh, Pinkman.
Oh my god, another attack and he would have died there.
Kreki's come in, he's got the boat, but unfortunately he's been silent, so he's walking about to the X marks the spot. Enough damage with the Tidebringer, that's the Tiny dead. Can he catch more? No, he can't. Just level 2 X marks the spot. Fairly large cooldown, but they know exactly what Whoops are up to. It's weird though. I mean, if you just look at the draft, Wraith King Enigma theoretically pushes harder. They have auras. I mean, the Wraith King has an inbuilt aura. The Enigma can build a Helm of the Dominator or whatnot and just start getting a push together. But this lineup has decided to invest in multiple Midases. Now, Midas is considered a good item in this patch, and there are situations where it is really, really good, but it's just weird to see Whoops playing like this on the back foot. But yeah, if you are a supporter of Revengers, you gotta be pleased, right? Floki, they weathered the hard part. Like, if they lost their lanes, and then they reached this awkward situation where they were forced to use Chrono and Ravage and maybe get one kill but still lose the team fight, they'd be really pissed for themselves. But they've done well in their lanes, and yeah, the game still even 11 minutes in. I can't say that there's any clear team that's going to be running away with it. We'll just have to wait and watch what the Enigma and the Tide get up to.
Yeah, and this actually gives a somewhat of an opening to the side of Revengers. I'm not sure if the net worth is indicative of that, but the Kunkka can actually now be a proper kill threat, right? Because you have all these Midases, everybody just wants to farm, and this is exactly what happens. Supports, they're going to get caught on these side lanes. You can pop these ults, and there's basically no response from Whoops because they don't have the items. They've got a Midas on the Wraith King, they've got a Midas on the Enigma, and while they are farming away, you're really not able to play the kind of active game you want. Abhi, he's not even finished up his Wish play 12 minutes into the game. That's how bad the game is going for the side of... I mean, that's how slow the game is going for the side of the tempo controllers. But bottom lane, the coil snapped, the silence there, but Kid is going to be A-okay. There's nothing to kill MNZ over here.
Perfectly played by both Parasite and Kid. I mean, Kid just snaps the coil. Parasite immediately dispels it with the Apodic Shield. And when you're struggling to even push Parasite out of lane, it's a bit problematic. No Chance has the Black Hole. X marks the spot in the Taunt. Will No Chance be able to get it off? They're melee heroes on the side of Revengers, and they're concerned about this. They don't want to walk too close. Abhi on the puck without a Witchblade, still doing damage. Doesn't have too much mana. Kaneki controlled by the Malefice, is hiccuping his way into the trees where he eventually finds Enigma. There's the black hole though. Time to perfection. Kid just walks into it. Here comes Evil Ash with the damage. They'll bring down Kid. His killing spree taken away, but will they find Moin? Moin does end up dying, but the real question is at what cost? 2 cores fall from Revengers. Pinkman with the reinforcements. The artillery is here, but is the damage enough? Evil Ash in the trees, juking, jiving, wants to avoid the lava, but he's eventually going to fall. Parasite with the double kill. The shield snaps, and Parasite ensures that Evil Ash falls. 2 kills. Going the way of either team, but at the end of it, the Revengers, they lose 2 cores while they find 1 Enigma and a Skyrath Mage in exchange for that.
Yeah, and that's sort of the problem here if you're Whoops. If you're Avengers here, right? Because you've lost your mid laner, you lost your Faceless Void, and what should have been a very, very easy pick-off for you. The Enigma shouldn't have been able to get that 2-man black hole, but a very small positioning error, and that gets capitalized on no chance really quickly. But towards the mid lane,
I think Madness is dead, yeah. Pinkman is there with the Scatter Blast. The Cookie is there. Time to perfection. Kaneki hops over the river straight on top of Tiny. And that's Madness dead. Neat stuff coming out from them. I mean, sure, Madness could make a case that, hey guys, I was pushing, I forced out both, I forced out a reaction. But yeah, it's space. It's space for ZXC. And I'm pretty much hoping that ZXC on the Wraith King is going to be enough of a carry as this game progresses. Can we take a look at the Wraith King, Floki, and what items he has?
Absolutely. I believe that the Wraith King has got himself a Midas for sure, and he's also picked up the armlet now. If we could quickly pan to the top lane, we would know the items that ZXC has, but looks like things about to break out here in the mid lane. That's it. Evil Ash. Dug out the bounty rune, gets some extra gold over to his teammates, assists them with the Creed.
Yeah, I used to do that in school. I mean, Parasite is dying, but I'll regale you with my school stories later. So I would walk around the football field in my school and pick up currency that's fallen out of people's pockets who played football in their school uniform.
Wait, is this a real story?
Yeah. I didn't get 100 HP for it. It was no trusty shovel, and it wasn't trusty at all. But yeah.
Well, I mean, hey, those are the days, I guess. An extra energy or 2 here and there for you, maybe. Or, you know,
Absolutely.
noodles for snacks in the morning, maybe instead of a vada pav or samosa. But jokes aside, looks like the Tiny is going to end up dropping. The Mortimer's Kiss is committed. Comet X, he's got the Anchor Smash, and that's it. Curd by Madness. Madness having a bit of a rough time in this game. I mean, you look at the draft of Whoops, right? Like, you've got 2 really greedy cores. You've got the Wraith King and the Enigma. They've both gone Midases. And then you look at the other 3 heroes that are supporting cast, and you've got a space-making Puck, you've got a space-making Scar, you've got a space-making Tiny, but they're not able to do anything on the map because it just doesn't seem like they've got enough cores enabling them. On the other side, the Faceless Void continues to farm. He's very happy with the state of the game. The Kunkka and the Tide are roaming around the map, just asserting themselves, establishing dominance, and there's nothing that the side of Whoops are able to do about it.
I think the play of... Okay, this is not the play, but... Revengers losing the Void like that is quite costly. I mean, MNZ, he's got his old jungle to farm, but decides to play a little bit more dangerous part of the map, but at that time maybe it looked like the safer place to be. But all said and done, what Revengers I think are looking for, or waiting for rather, is for the Tide Hunter to complete his Wraith pack. He's got the Vlads, I think he's just missing the point booster. And
He's got the point boost, I believe.
Is it the recipe?
Yeah, he's quite tanky.
Yeah, so once he completes the Wraith pack, one can make a case for Revengers just grouping up. But look at this kid on the hunt looking for revenge. Will find it. Sweet, sweet revenge as he brings down Abhi and takes away a killing spree. And elsewhere, no chance. No chance with that Midas, which is reliable gold, but no chance with a lot of unspent gold, unreliable gold, ends up dying. But he was quick to buy out a blink. Earlier on, he did have the Wraith pack queued in, but this time before dying, he does spend that gold and he buys himself a blink dagger. I think Revengers are okay with the state of this game. I mean, both teams are like, we can fight better in the mid to mid-late game. And they're just like, both teams are bluffing each other, quite literally.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, it doesn't seem like that the side of Whoops are really even trying to fight the side of the Rangers. Oh, okay, a Ravage popped. The blink was quick from Enigma, but looks like Madness is going to be the unfortunate collateral damage in this again. The Mortimer's Kiss is on top of him. He's going to bite the dust as Madness for the third time in the game is just gonna die for the sins of other people.
That could have borderline been a Ravage that Shiva would have been proud of. But
Oh no, again. The Faceless Void being caught out here. Parasite not there to help out his buddy. The damage a bit too much with the Ancient Seal and the Mystic Flare.
yeah, this is where the gap is starting to grow, right? I mean, Xerxes is keeping on farming with that Midas of his. He's found a comfortable pattern in the dire jungle, and he's taken control of the zone. I mean, Kid or MNZ is trying to do the same, but he keeps getting picked off because the Radiant, just look at their vision flow key. They've got phenomenal vision near their safe lane. They have vision over the hard cap. They have vision over the ramp into the jungle. Elsewhere, though, Comet, he's found one. It is ZXC, but Tide and Snapfire, especially without the Mortimer's Kisses or the Ravage, don't feel comfortable bringing down ZXC even once.
Yeah.
As the Wraith King shrugs it off, walks it off, and goes back to farming.
I mean, okay, so I have to say, right, the new Wraith King talent at level 10, the 25% duration and the 25% cooldown makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me why Wraith King should be able to do this. This accelerates his game by so much. You get a lower cooldown on skeletons. On top of that, they last longer, so they're able to get you more farm just by virtue of going around the map. And there's really not a lot that you can do to clear it if you're a support hero. So you essentially ask a commitment from a core if you want to stop that annoyance. But I gotta hold on to that thought because bottom lane, Evil Ash got out.
Yeah, I wait, Abhi committed the coils. Are there any reinforcements? I see no chance in the area. Drops the Midnight Pulse. Doesn't want a black hole for just Pinkman. He'd like Kaneki to be there as well. And Pinkman is being healed up. Parasite making sure that his fellow support stays alive. But there comes Madness with the Avalanche. That's Pinkman dead. Chronosphere committed. They found just the puck. There's no chance there to counter initiate. Not yet. Not in position. ZXC also in the vicinity. Raid Pack comes into play as Comet has completed his Raid Pack. ZXC doesn't want to challenge that totem, challenge the watermelon. As he walks away, but he's been X-marked as Kaneki will pop his BKB and pull back ZXC into the action. The first life of the Raid King not yet popped, his armlet being toggled very effectively, but elsewhere, Madness caught, will be able to toss away the Void, but he can't escape the X marks the spot. Unfortunately though, for Revengers, that Avalanche bought enough time for the taunt to not connect. It doesn't matter though, the gush is there, and the slow from the time dilation will slowly, painfully bring down the Tiny. All said and done, Chrono committed, Ravage not committed. They find themselves the puck and the Tiny. But look at this, they're looking for more. The cookie is perfect. The setup's there. X marks the spot, not even needed. Reincarnation forced. Will ZXC die again? Will ZXC die for the first time in this game? It looks like they want it. They commit the Ravage. The boat's there. It will connect. But there is no chance. The man of the hour with the intergalactic black hole that's going to cause problems, Shanes, and a lot of harm towards the Revengers as they get caught. But what? There's just no damage. ZXC couldn't get any of his damage off, and he's going to end up dying. The Scatter Blast there from Pinkman, and with the Anchor Smash, they'll get the kill. Abhi does drop it off, but here comes MNZ with the time dilation. Fortunately, though, for the puck, the time dilation doesn't connect, and Kaneki on the hunt. Oh, he had vision for a fraction of a second on the Evil Ash. But he doesn't find him. Comet still searching, but the dust settles, and in a long-winded affair, the Revengers come out on top. Mind you, before this, Whoops had a 2k, 3k net worth advantage because of those Midases. But that black hole did catch a couple, but there was no damage, and it lasted for a very small amount of time.
Yeah, it lasted like 3 seconds before it was cancelled essentially. And yeah, I mean, that's the sort of problem with Whoops' draft. Like, while they do have a lot of catch, they don't really have a reliable way of dealing damage if the Wraith King is dead. And that black hole, I mean, while it looked good, it didn't seem like there was any follow-up from the side of Whoops.
Yeah,
and again,
I think ZXC needed to be hitting in that black hole.
The Faceless Void. He's dead again. I mean, the Tiny just constantly catching him out alongside Evil Ash, and it seems like the Void is having a bit of a rough time. He's close to his BKB now, though, so there is a chance that he's going to be able to find it. And once he does, those counter initiations, they are going to be nigh. I mean, it's not going to be easy to kill the Void then. Still possible to burst him down, but you will need the Wraith King's Son, or at least the Enigma with the Malefice, to help you do that. Oh, Parasite, that cookie actually stuns Abhi. Abhi actually dropping rather low. There's going to be an orb forward. No, the Beck keeps him alive, and Madness comes in from the side. Manages to pick up a kill. Abhi still standing strong with the Haste Rune, looking to find some more kills, but unfortunately for him, he does not have enough mana to pursue, and he will be left alone. Back towards the mid lane, Kaneki. He's going to farm it up. He's got the BKB complete, and he's gone for an Orchid next, so that's going to allow him to find a lot of pickoffs on the puck. And the puck doesn't really have the item to counter that just yet. Because he's gone for the Kaya. While the rest of the squad on Whoops decide to take a bit of a tour around Dire's jungle and see if they can find any ugly head rearing itself, so they can chop it clean off in the meantime.
Oh, the smoke breaks. They find Comet, but this is the last target you want to go up on, and Parasite's also deeping in. Zerexy needs to get a blink off. Will the Ravage be committed? Oh, Comet holds on. Didn't feel like he had the damage with Justin Abaddon by his side. Seems perfectly fair. I mean, Kaneki was nowhere in the area. Kaneki this time doing a bit of an Abi Floki. Gets the BKB first. I think it's okay on the Kunkka, and now those ganks which we saw time and time again on Kid, they're not going to pan out. Void, he's completed his BKB, so he's not going to get burst down to the Skyrath Mage and the Tiny or the Skyrath Mage and the Puck. It's not going to happen. The silences do not play that much of a decisive role anymore. Also, our very own Pyara side, or Parasite, has a mech complete.
Yeah, the Abaddon is... Wait, does he? No.
Wait, who had a mech?
It probably the
Was it
Tidehunt.
Pinkman?
Wait, what? Who has the mech? Yeah, it does seem like Pinkman has got the mech. Never mind then. Yeah, I was a little confused. I thought that somebody else would have that mech, but it looks like Pinkman took it upon himself to build it early on. Was able to farm it up. Snapfire does manage to find a lot of farm over time. No chance. Says hi to the Snapfire. Blinks away. And he's going to be able to TP out to him. Nothing really to cancel that. But Madness, he's going to jump in. They're going to find the Snapfire. The change stun is perfect coming in from the Tiny. And that's a free pick off of the side of Whoops. Or is it free? Because Madness, he's been caught out. The time dilation really slowing him down here. And MNZ, he's going to go ham with the Mask of Madness. Elsewhere, Kaneki manages to find the Skyrath Mage in turn. So a 1-for-2 trade for the side of the Revengers. In fact, they're looking to find a third one here. Zerexy dropping low. His first life might not be here for long. He's trying to take down the Wraith Pack. The silence is going to come through. He's got the armlet still. Toggling will survive the Orchid Soul Burn, but he is going to end up dropping a Faceless Void. He's going to get thrown up. There's no way they can help him. No Aponic Shield. No, it's going to come in at the last second. The BKB gets spot. A perfect 3-man Chrono. It's a Universe Chrono at its finest. All the heroes caught on the edge. Kid runs away from No Chance. No, he's going to turn his attention towards something. Zerexy also gets caught out and he is going to die. And with that, No Chance, while he stays alive, his teammates, they pay the price.
Oh, this was beautiful stuff coming out from both MNG as well as Parasite. MNG, aka Kid, on the verge of death, nearly saw the afterlife, but Parasite from nowhere with the shield, allowing MNZ the chance to pop his BKB, use the time walk, and use the Chronosphere. And this is not just the first time we've seen the Floki. His Chronospheres have been placed perfectly. Like the dome of the Taj Mahal, it covers only what is necessary. And just outside the Chronosphere is a puck which everybody else is hammering away on. MNZ actually goes for No Chance, and the puck ends up dying. So Abi dies. No Chance's Black Hole was great, but it's not good enough. And look at No Chance, look at his build. He's invested in the Blink, he's invested in the BKB, he's playing around the Black Hole. The Black Hole is on cooldown. Oh no, Pinkman, you do not walk up certain stairs, no matter what mech you're carrying around. Parasite is dropping low, but okay, he doesn't have the borrow time. I thought he had it. But he's going to be able to walk it off.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, even the side of Whoops, they anticipate that the borrow time is there, even though it's not up for good old Parasite. He's still going to be able to walk out of that one scot-free. But Whoops, on the other hand, I mean, they've really not found a favorable fight in the last 26 minutes. Even though they've maintained a net worth lead, it's really just inflated. There's nothing that they've been able to achieve with the amount of gold that they've had. And like the ancient Chinese proverb goes, your net worth advantage does not mean squat if you can't go high ground. So
absolutely. There was a 2K player from China called Confucius. Those were his exact words.
Yeah, I agree.
I was there on the server.
Yeah, is your name... well, crap, I forgot the name of the other Chinese philosopher guy. Lao Tzu, there you go. Were you Lao Tzu?
I am not at a liberty to disclose that.
Okay.
That is the art of war, my friend.
That is the art of war. That is Sun Tzu, not Lao Tzu. But looks like...
Keith gets caught. Wait, Kaneki is trying to bring down ZXC.
What?
I mean, this is a very weird fight because both one position cores on either team are getting gone upon. The totem from the Wraith pack committed. Nobody will be able to destroy it just yet. The Tide Shard in play. Parasite there with the heals. Kaneki, he's got the Photic Shield upon him. The Orchid, they'll just bring down the puck. Abi dead, and now with the Mortimer's Kisses, they'll chew through the Wraith King's first life. The Void can try and connect with his team. The Cookie's there. Zedix, he's going nowhere. Caught, stunned, controlled. He's going to fall. Kaneki finds a double kill. It's Kaneki for days as Revengers. I feel like Floki, they're winning these fights that are a lot more important. They have the ages. They can look to press their advantage across the map. They'll slow down Madness with the Gush, but that Avalanche was enough for him to blink away. I think right now, with the Chronosphere, they should just group up. They don't have the Ravage. They've got the Tide Shard. Kaneki, our man, has himself an Orchid. Group up with the ages, push for objectives, put Whoops on the spot.
Oh yeah, Whoops, I mean, they are in a bit of a predicament over here. They've got all these greedy heroes who bought these Midases, but unfortunately all of that net worth isn't really translating into them being able to win fights. And Zedek, see, he's learned his lesson. He's actually queued up the BKB now, so once he has that, he's going to have a slightly better time in these fights. But even then, I don't think he's going to be very successful. Whoops, I think the key problem for them is the lack of map control. All the waves are being constantly shoved in, and there's only one hero who can push them out effectively, and that is the Puck. And the Puck is a little afraid because, well, there could always be a Ravage pop for him, and he could end up falling. There's no hero on his team to save him. There could be an Enigma coming in with a Blink Black Hole, but there is not enough follow-up from the Puck alone. Oh, Chronosphere being faked. Is he going to pop it? No, wait, the Jaunt is going to be very, very short. Now the Chronosphere could come through. No, the Time Dilation is going to be there. The Tendrils of the Deep catch out the Puck. And that's going to be the Puck going down in a very uncharacteristic fashion. MNZ pump faking a Chronosphere. That's a new one.
Absolutely. He just flexed all over the Puck there. See my bicep? See. But no Chrono for you. Now no chance. Oh, in panic, he's popped his BKB, but MNZ popped it as well. So they're equally unsure as to how this goes. But if MNZ can just lay into no chance, he's going to get the kill. Elsewhere, Kaneki finds the kill onto Evil Ash. That's a support dead. 2 heroes dead for the side of Whoops. And the waves are pushing in. ZXC, he's got that Silver Edge complete, Floki. But he needs that BKB. If he doesn't have that BKB complete, the fights are just harder because ZXC is just getting guided. So what if you have 2 lives? The Void isn't using the Chronosphere on him. They're barely being forced to use the Ravage on him. ZXC is just dying courtesy Kaneki and Pinkman. That's it. That's pretty much the only 2 things that are controlling and taking care of the Wraith King. So, I mean, ZXC, sure, he's got damage, but he needs to be able to be in situations where he can actually do that damage because he's the main source of physical damage for his team. There's no one else.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody else apart from him who can actually bring down some of these heroes. And ZXC, he's nowhere close to finishing up that BKB. You know, he's 2k gold on it. He's still 2.4k gold away. And even after he has a BKB, that's no guarantee that he's going to be able to find impact in fights. He can force out certain spells. He can force out a Chronosphere. He can force out, you know, maybe a couple other spells that to keep the team on the side of well, the Revengers alive, the boys on the Revengers. But even then, it's not going to be enough. Even if you force out a Ghost Shit, if you force out the Chronosphere, there's still a Ravage, there's still Mortimer's Kisses, and there's still a Kunkka who's absurdly farmed and is actually sort of invested in the pseudo DPS build with the Orchid.
Yep.
Speaking of which, top lane.
Oh, top lane, they've caught ZXZ. And elsewhere, no chance in Evil Ash has smoke, but the bigger problem is, okay, BKB committed, they want MNZ here, and they found Parasite with him. This is perfect stuff coming out from No Chance and Ketan. They've done it. They brought down MNZ. He didn't have the Aegis. Pinkman, though, he's looking for some sort of a retaliation. It's a bit desperate. They are cancelling No Chance's blink, but how long can they keep this going? The shield will pop. No chance. Well, his blink being cancelled time and time again. Parasite's doing a wonderful job, but the trees are an issue. The creeps are an issue. He doesn't have the face push to just ignore those creeps and walk over to No Chance. No Chance gets away, but will Madness and Evil Ash escape? Pinkman in trouble. The boat is coming through. The rump buff will be there. It's there on top of the Tide, who drops the Tendrils of the Deep. Controls the puck a little while longer, but Madness reinitiates. Does a lot of damage, but the Wraith pack, that damage reduction is an issue as Pinkman doesn't die. Pinkman hops forward with the shard. Lava on the floor, Granny on your head, and you, my son, are dead as Pinkman will live to see another day. They've still got the Ravage. The Void can still connect courtesy the Outpost if they take this tier 2 tower.
And once again, I have to say, you know, I mean, Pinkman, he had so many buffs on him. He had the Coast Ship Rum buffs, that is 40% damage reduction. There was the Wraith Pact as well, that gave him 18% damage reduction. The Avatars, it dealt
like a
tiny
Dragon
amount of
Slave.
damage. Yeah, it just felt like a Dragon Slave. It felt like only one button was pressed. And the Snapfire was just able to walk it off. Good old Granny, her knees, they felt completely fine.
Absolutely. There is a case for the elderly being allowed into the battlefield, especially when they play like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, this is, I play Snapfire, right? And you know, I mean, you probably think I'm a dumbass because I'm like sub 3k or whatever, I'm subhuman even. But Snapfire is one of those heroes that doesn't die easily.
Yeah.
It's not a Skyrath mage. It's not a hero that you can just kill easily. So the problem is there are no easy targets on the side of Revengers. Weirdly, MNC is the easiest target for them. And they've been committing their black holes to kill him, but bit by bit they're losing map control. Now, they've lost map control, but they aren't losing in terms of net worth. But what I'd like our observer to do is bring down the EXP graph. Because I think if Revengers have his... Okay, look at that. No chances. BKB committed. He will not be pulled back into that torrent. MNZ, I mean, the Avalanche is nice. It connects. It's just nice when a spell connects on everyone, but it's also kind of pointless.
Yeah, and you've officially reached the point where the side of the Revengers can just walk down your lanes and there's nothing you can do about it as Whoops unless you've got all your ults up and running. Speaking of which, the Black Hole's still 40 seconds off cooldown and no chances all the way up in the top lane trying to push it out. The Puck is going to TP in to try and look for him, but I doubt he is... Oh, wait, sorry, the Puck is on his team. What am I saying? But, yeah...
Wait, Floki, I have a question.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll ask you that question later.
Sure, never mind. But, yeah, I mean, this is starting to get problematic for the side of Whoops. They've maybe got one team fight in before this game becomes completely unplayable for them. The draft on the side of Revengers, it's perfect. They keep their heroes alive. They've got a lot of means of counter initiation, and at the same time, it doesn't seem like they're going to be losing the late game because they've got the Faceless Void.
They have, but one can never discount an Enigma. Oh shit, no chance. Getting so lucky there. The Crossy committed. Parasite with the vision. No chance will die, but does this death result in anything bigger? Is Roshan on the cards? And why the hell is Parasite so farmed?
Yeah, well, that makes no sense. He's got an Aghanim Scepter completed on the Abaddon, so yeah, these fights, they just got to in a lot harder. So even if the Enigma manages to get a cracking black hole, as long as Parasite just manages to press Alt, which you can always press unless you're silenced, he's going to be shooting out miscoils to keep people alive inside that black hole. And as a melee hero, guess what? The chance that you get caught out in a black hole is very, very high. The Tiny being caught out as well. You'll set it to keep him alive. In fact, looks like the Mortimer's kisses are going to come through. Kaneki is going to be able to pick up another kill for himself beyond godlike on the Kunkan. Vivek, you have to remember, this is not just 2 lakh rupees at stake here. It is also the chance to represent India at Japan. Speaking of which, Kaneki actually is going to eat a bunch of damage, but pops the BKB and runs away. No detection on the side of, well, side of Whoops, and it just does not seem like there's much that they can do. Kaneki literally walks it off, and these tiny, tiny errors from Whoops really costing them heavily over here. The lack of detection comes back to haunt them. They did have the gem, but I don't think Evil Ash was in a good position to use it.
That was their last out at our Floki. They have given up control of the map. They have to just wait on the high ground for that perfect black hole. If they want to, though, they could consider going into the Rosh pit. No chance does have the black hole available. The Puck doesn't have a coil. Parasite there with the axe. Roshan is dropping, but Whoops are just taking a bit too much time. Eventually they're making their way. There is entire Observer Ward, but I guess there's smoke, so they're going to be able to disengage. Madness getting in a little bit of dewarding action, a bit too close for my taste, but he's going to get away with it, or does he? Kaneki running in with the Silver Edge, wants the Tiny. Who does he find? He sees the Puck. A slippery target. The Fairy will not be controlled today. Abhi does manage to escape, but a quick smoke coming out from Whoops is both ZXC as well as Evil Ash was smoked just to push out the bottom lane, I guess.
Yeah, and ZXC, I mean, he's going to leave his army of skeletons over here to deal a lot of damage over to the tier 3 tower, and it has actually dropped quite low, but on the bottom lane already, it looks like the side of the Revengers are hammering the nails in the coffin of Whoops, and Whoops, they need to respond to this. They can't just try and split push. They can maybe get themselves a set of frags. You can see ZXC trying to run towards the mid lane and cut the creep wave, but even though he's going to cut the mid creep wave, the creeps are still there in the bottom lane. They're still going to come through, and they... Well, are they?
Can I just tell you something? The Revengers don't care. They're just taking objectives. I mean, there's another battle going out and no chance. He hasn't gotten back to base yet. He was farming a camp, now TPs. He's got himself the refresher off. This could be huge. Not just one, but two black holes that could change the tides of this game. The racks are melting. No chance needs to TP. There's black hole number 1. He's refreshed already. Pinkman there with the globs. Kid or MNZ still alive. Turns with the chrono. Where is black hole number 2, Mr. No Chance? It's just not there.
God,
no chance there. The Ravage to follow, not time to perfection. ZXC dropping low, pops his BKB, turns, wants to fight, but it's Evil Ash dead. MNC dies once, he's still got the Aegis, doesn't have the Chronosphere though, so Chrono and Ravage both taken out of the equation. Buybacks coming out for the side of Whoops. Both Sky and Tiny buyback to rejoin the action, but no black hole, no major team fight. Do they have a chance? They're fighting through backdoor protection, but the Revengers, they just don't give a damn. They'll fight through it all. They'll fight through the odds. They were called the underdog, not the favorite. Their chances were less. Madness though will try and end this push. He's not done any damage at all. Kaneki there with the tidal wave. The shard on the Kunkka, cute. And Revengers will keep pushing. They're not stopped. They're taking 2 lanes of barracks. 23 seconds without the Enigma. 23 seconds without the black hole. And possibly your last 23 seconds in this tournament if all goes as per plan for the Revengers. The Kaneki Kunkka is keeping them occupied as there's the tendrils of the deep. Catches 2. Will they find the kill? Kaneki dropping low. Will fall, has buyback. Pinkman has already died and bought back. Comet dropping really low. Doesn't have the Aegis. Passai trying his hardest to keep that MNZ Void alive, but both Para and MNZ fall. They hold on, but at what cost? As ZXC wants Comet, and with the toss, they'll have the Tide Hunter as well. It's the first time in a long time that the Revengers have lost multiple members of their unit, but they've taken 2 lanes of racks, and they've forced multiple buybacks. Yeah. I mean, if you look at what happened in the team fight, it's nearly a book that we need to read to just keep up with what exactly went down. But Floki, how many buybacks were expended?
There were 3 buybacks expended in total. 1 from the side of the Revengers, 2 from the side of Whoops. But here's the kick of a wake. Look at the bottom lane. The racks for the Revengers is gone. And even though they've got buybacks, Whoops, they're not fully out of this yet. They've still got a chance to make a comeback here. But it's not going to be easy at all. They need to win this next fight convincingly. And they do not have Evil Ash or Rabi to help out with this. The minion army is going to walk in. The Mortimer's Kisses are going to be dropped, and that's going to enable them to hold on to this tower. Wait, ZXC? Is he going to end up dropping? Yes, he is. The reincarnation is going to get popped. And ZXC does not give a damn, is going to continue to push. Does have the buyback available, which is the reason why he's trying to force this, but no buybacks being forced just yet. In fact, the Snapfire looks to jump in. The creeps are going to be popped. No, the Glimmer Cape, it keeps her alive for now. BKB forced.
Oh, ZXC forced to BKB. Kaneki, he wished he had an Abyssal or a Skullbasher. He could have possibly controlled the Wraith King and put a wrench into Whoops and their plans of punching back. But what do Whoops get out of all of that? 1 tier 3 tower.
That is all they get, and guess what? The Revengers, they've got smokes awake. They're gonna pop those smokes immediately and try to hunt down ZXC. There's no BKB available. There are 3 smokes, I believe, on Pinkman and 1 smoke also on Parasite. So yeah, they could just go around and do this for days, although
they're grouping up.
They can't spell, well, they can't smell the money in the air. They are gonna try and play this safe. They bottle up the double damage rune. They're gonna wait around for the next stages, and hopefully with the DD and the Chronosphere, they're trying to get a good fight. If they manage to get a good fight off this...
Oh wait, they might take a fight they don't intend to. They've been caught at the outpost. Kaneki, he'll pop his BKB. He's been broken though. The boat and the torrent, it's on the money. This is perfect. Captain Jack Sparrow would approve of that boat. It hit exactly where it needed to be. No chance, blinks forward, drops the Malphus. Kaneki dead, has got buyback. I don't think he has the outpost to TP too. ZXC being pounded upon, has the invis, the tendrils of the deep control him. There is vision, there is detection. ZXC has no choice but to fight the cookie there, and the Ravage committed. They want ZXC and they catch Madness as well. ZXC there is Axe there, but there's no chance with the black hole of his life. Stephen Hawking would approve, but the damage just isn't there. The Chronosphere will turn it around. No chance, got the dips are coming. The Revengers know they're on the verge of victory. A possible upset here as Whoops only have ZXC Zerexy limping about. No chance will buy back. I don't know if he's got his refresher op to work with, but he'll go back in. A second black hole, but there's Kaneki with the tidal wave. The torrent is there. No chance has his BKB, so the black hole won't be cancelled. They'll just move forward. Comet there with the cross. Zerexy dead. Zerexy's got buyback if he needs it. No chance will possibly fall again. No buyback. Burnt bit by bit. He's walking away in invis. Abhi's trying to slow them down. No chance blinks. He lives. And Zerexy does buyback. The Revengers did commit a buyback of their own. It is the Abaddon that's rejoined the fray. MNZ doesn't have his chrono, and Comet doesn't have his Ravage.
15 seconds still remaining on the Wraith King, although that's the only cooldown the side of Whoops are waiting for. Once that is back up, they're going to try to fight again. A very, very scary situation for both teams indeed. If they lose any one of their heroes, they will not have buyback. Zerexy though, it's like he does not have his either. No, the Pacer's Void being stunned up. The Enigma is going to get caught out. He's going to go down for 100 seconds. No buyback available. Zerexy, he will fall, but the reincarnation is going to be there. A momentary interval as everybody's going to get stunned. No BKB available. The Ethereal Blade going to keep Zerexy alive for the time being. Abhi is going to be successful in doing that, but the time walk in. They've got the detection. They're going to take down Zerexy. 124 seconds. No carry for the side of Whoops, and this might just be game. There is no one available, all down to Evil Ash as well as Abhi. It is up to them to protect their dreams. Nice 4-man call coming out from the puck, but where's the follow-up? Where's the Mystic Flare? It's not available for another 24 seconds. They're all going down. The tier 4 towers being hammered away, and the Skywrath base is going to be caught out again. The Kunkka though being escalated up. He can't follow up with the damage, but the Faceless Void is going to come through. The GG is called. Revengers are going to be the winners of the Indian qualifiers for the Acer Predator League. They take home 2 lakh rupees and will be representing India in Japan.
Phenomenal stuff coming out from Kaneki, Comet, as well as Parasite. Parasite, the hidden laughing Buddha, just being that perfect support that you need in these moments. No chance tried as hard as the first black hole, the second black hole, it was all there. The Chronosphere, the Ravage, they layered their AoE perfectly, both teams. But in the end, I just feel like Kaneki was a real difference maker. And there is a 20,000 rupee bounty for the MVP. And it is that man on your screens who, in our humble opinions, is the MVP. A phenomenal performance coming out from Kaneki. You cannot discount Comet's contribution. Comet has just been phenomenal. 16 years of age, and his Tendrils of the Deeps, his Ravages, his itemization, the Wraith Pack, all of it perfect coming out from them. Well, it's been a pleasure casting this event for you. My name is Vivek. With me was Flurky. You can find us on our socials. But for now, more importantly, we want you to go to the stage where soon enough, the players will be lifting the trophy and we can ask them a couple of questions about how they're feeling. Over to them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is incredible. We've got a sensational winner right here, the Rangers. Oh my God! You know the odds were not against them, and in fact they were not the favorites. And here is the team which is all smiles. Oh my God! What a feeling it must be.
Feeling great.
You know, when you came into the grand finale, you were not the favorites, but did that work for you?
I mean, not really a confidence. Just that the first game we did some mistakes, but we regrouped and we came back really well. So I'm proud of my team. Like, they're really good.
So which was the turning point? Absolutely, kudos to your team. It's a great team effort. You know, coming from behind, what was the strategy when we went for the break?
So the strategy was we'll stick to our heroes and not try something new, and that worked out perfectly for us in the next 2 games.
There was a lot of consistency. When you came back, there was a lot of determination. The team worked as a team and they stuck to the game plan.
Yeah, definitely. We did that. Like,
so how are you going to celebrate this?
I mean, let's see what happens after this. We still don't know. I think we're all excited, so we'll first digest the fact that we won it, and then after that, probably have a drink or something.
Well, you know what? The best part is that it's still sinking in. You know, just take a look at this team. They're still trying to understand that we've done it, but it's still to sink in. And do you have any idea where you're heading after this?
I mean, we're going to Japan, but we're a new team. So we just like formed this team just for the tournament. Like, and I think we're doing brilliant. So I think we're going to give it a shot at Japan now. So let's see.
Whoa, now there you are. There's going to be a lot on their plate. Not just sushi, but then it's going to be a celebration of all sorts. I mean, just like they mentioned that they've just gathered together and they're playing as a team. You know, who was instrumental in getting these guys together? Because I think it's a great team effort.
Me.
Fantastic. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we got to give a big round of applause for the winners. A big time upset, and we've got a grand champion right here. Time for celebration. I think this is what it is. You know, if you still are not glued on to esports, this is the time where you should, because the excitement never ends. And believe you me, this is incredible. Take a look at these guys. And for perfect sportsmanship, there are the two teams exchanging hugs and handshakes, and they're telling that, you know, it's a game, there has to be a winner, but then we all need to work towards the development of the game. And of course, representing India overseas and getting that Indian flag waving, it's a big high. So ladies and gentlemen, there you are. We are at the end of the first session. It's been an incredible one, and believe you me, if you think the action ends here, no, the action continues, because so much more coming up. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break. Are we taking a break, or are we just asking you to grab a drink, take a little Coke, take a little chai, and when we come back, there's going to be more action. these teams are going to be fighting it out for the top honors, and believe you me, they fought at the best level, and they have the experience to take the pressure and do well.
ZXC leaping forward as the Morphling wants Pinkman. He'll have him. Shabash to die. Comet to follow. It's MNZ and the others trying to hold on for dear life, but there's no chance. Another hoof stop. Near perfect initiation. You could have asked for more RB with the follow-up, but that cold embrace buying a little bit of time for Kaneki. Not enough though. Now Parasite and his tier 4s. Even the tier 4s aren't safe and they know it. They've called it. GG, well played is the call. Whoops. Have done it, Floki. They've taken game 1 and they're taking game 1 in an effortless manner.
Just have no chance of coming back into this game. A final Hail Mary attempt coming in from the side of the Whoops, but it's not going to be all that effective. Looks like the Winter Wyvern is going to jump in. ZXC, well, the Omni Slash is there. Dawnbreaker dropping rather low, but no, the Faceless Void is going to be able to keep himself alive over here. Evil Ash literally being dove in the fountain. GG's. This one is all over. Looks like we're going to be going to a Game 3 as the Revengers managed to claim Game 2 against the side of Whoops.
There's the tendrils of the deep, catches 2. Will they find the kill? Kaneki dropping low, will fall, has buyback. Pinkman has already died and bought back. Comet dropping really low, doesn't have the Aegis. Pasai trying his hardest to keep that MNZ Void alive, but both Para and MNZ fall. They hold on, but at what cost? As ZXC wants Comet, and with the toss, they'll have the Tidehunter as well. It's the first time in a long time that the Revengers have lost multiple members of their unit.
Is going to come through. The GG is called. Revengers are going to be the winners of the Indian qualifiers for the Acer Predator League. They take home 2 lakh rupees and will be representing India in Japan.
Phenomenal stuff coming out from Kaneki.